Hi guys, welcome to Ben 10 What Ifs. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more alien adventures. Now let's begin.
What if Ben 10 was in My Hero Academia Universe Chapter 1, Alien Among Heroes? Another boring day in Bellwood had turned sideways faster than Ben Tennyson could say, hero time. 1 second he was fighting some weird tech villain with purple lightning crackling from his fingertips, and the next, a flash of light, the sensation of being pulled through a taffy stretcher, and wham, he was falling through open air above an unfamiliar city. "You've gotta be kidding me," Ben shouted as gravity took hold. The buildings below rushed toward him at an alarming rate. Without hesitation, he slapped the Omnitrix on his wrist. Emerald light flashed, and his body transformed in an instant. Stinkfly. Insectoid wings buzzed frantically, halting his descent mere yards above a busy intersection. Cars swerved beneath him as pedestrians pointed upward, their shocked expressions visible even from his altitude. Okay, not exactly the most dignified entrance, but at least I'm not sidewalk pizza. Stinkfly's compound eyes took in the unfamiliar cityscape, distinctly Japanese in architecture, but with technology that seemed both advanced and strangely retro at the same time. Where the heck am I? A piercing scream cut through his thoughts. 3 blocks away, smoke billowed from what looked like a bank. People scattered across the street as a massive figure smashed through the building's facade, debris raining down on the sidewalk. "Villain attack," someone shouted below him. "Great, just what I needed," Stinkfly muttered. New dimension, same old problems. He banked hard and zoomed toward the commotion, his 4 wings creating a distinctive buzz that turned heads on the street. The scene unfolding at the bank was chaos. A hulking man with skin like concrete hefted an ATM above his head while police officers took cover behind their vehicles. "Stop right there," an officer shouted through a megaphone. "Pro-heroes are on their way." Pro-heroes? Ben wondered. What kind of place was this? The concrete man laughed. "They'll never make it in time. Payday comes early this week." He hurled the ATM toward the police line. Stinkfly swooped in, catching the machine with his 4 arms before it could crush the officers. "You know, they've got these things called jobs if you're short on cash," he called out, setting the ATM down safely. The crowd below gasped, but not with the usual shock Ben was accustomed to when appearing as Stinkfly. A bug-type hero. Never seen him before. Must be new. Look at those wings. Wait, they're acting like aliens. Walking around is normal. Ben didn't have time to process this as Concrete Guy charged forward. "Back off, insect. This is my score." The villain swung a massive fist. Stinkfly dodged nimbly, flying circles around his attacker. "Sorry, Rocky, bank's closed." He spat a stream of sticky goo from his eye stalks, aiming for the villain's feet. The substance hardened instantly, cementing the criminal to the pavement. "What the? I can't move." The villain struggled against his impromptu bonds. Stinkfly hovered triumphantly. "Stick around. The cops would love to chat about your withdrawal strategy." The crowd erupted in cheers, phones recording the entire exchange. The police approached cautiously, eyeing both the subdued villain and Stinkfly with equal parts gratitude and suspicion. "Thanks for the assist," said an officer, holstering his weapon. "Which agency are you with?" "I don't recognize you." "Agency?" Stinkfly blinked all 4 of his eyes. "I'm just your friendly neighborhood." The Omnitrix symbol on his chest began flashing red. "Oh no, not now." In a flash of red light, Stinkfly disappeared, and Ben Tennyson dropped the final few feet to the pavement, landing in a crouch. The crowd gasped again, this time with genuine shock. He transformed. Is that his real form? A teenager? What kind of quirk is that? Ben stood, brushing dust from his jeans and white and black t-shirt. Timing's never been the Omnitrix's strong suit. The officer who'd approached him took a step back, hand moving to his weapon. "Kid, I need to see your hero license right now. My what? Before the officer could elaborate, a new commotion rippled through the crowd. People parted as a towering figure in a skin-tight blue costume strode forward, muscles bulging beneath the fabric and a permanent grin plastered across his face. Fear not, citizens. For I am here. Ben's jaw dropped. The newcomer stood nearly 7 feet tall, with ridiculous blonde hair styled into 2 peaks that defied gravity. His voice boomed across the street like he was speaking through a megaphone. All Might. The crowd erupted in wild cheers. Is that supposed to be a hero? Ben whispered, unable to tear his eyes from what looked like a comic book character come to life. The massive hero approached the immobilized villain. Excellent work subduing this criminal, he bellowed, then turned to Ben. Though I don't recognize you, young hero. Are you new to the area? You could say that, Ben replied, still trying to process the surreal situation. Look, there's been some kind of mix-up. I'm not from around here at all. Like, really not from around here. All Might's permanent smile didn't waver, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. We should discuss this further. He turned to the officers. I'll take responsibility for this young man while you process the villain. The police seemed relieved to defer to All Might. One of them nodded. We'll need statements later, but that works for now. All Might placed a massive hand on Ben's shoulder, nearly buckling the teen's knees. Come, young man. Let's talk somewhere more private. Before Ben could protest, All Might scooped him up and launched into the air with a mighty leap that sent them soaring over buildings. Hua! Ben yelped as the ground disappeared beneath them. A little warning next time. Apologies. All Might boomed, still grinning. Habit. They landed on a rooftop several blocks away, Ben stumbling forward as All Might set him down. The hero glanced around to ensure they were alone before his body suddenly deflated like a balloon, muscles shrinking, height decreasing until a gaunt, skeletal man stood where the imposing hero had been seconds before. Ben jumped back, immediately reaching for the Omnitrix. What the? Easy, kid, the skeletal man said, coughing slightly. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away casually. Still me. Just the real me. That's quite a transformation, Ben said cautiously, hands still hovering near the Omnitrix. And I thought my aliens were dramatic. The man laughed, which triggered another coughing fit. I suppose introductions are in order. I'm Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. Ben Tennyson. Ben relaxed slightly but kept his guard up. So, where exactly am I? Muzutafu City, Japan. Toshinori tilted his head. Though something tells me that's not what you're really asking. Ben ran a hand through his brown hair. Would you believe me if I said I think I'm from another dimension? One where there aren't, whatever you guys are. Pro-heroes, Toshinori supplied. And people with quirks, superpowers, essentially. Roughly 80% of our population has them. Ben's eyes widened. 80%. Where I'm from, I'm pretty much the only one with powers, thanks to this. He held up his wrist, displaying the Omnitrix. It lets me transform into different alien species. Toshinori studied the device with interest. Not a quirk, then. Fascinating. He straightened up slightly. The police were right to ask for your license. In this world, using quirks, or any powers, in public without proper authorization is illegal, especially for vigilante hero work. You're kidding. Ben frowned. So even though I stopped that robber, I broke the law. Technically, yes. Though I appreciate the heroic instinct. Toshinori coughed again. Our society has strict regulations about heroics. It's a profession, with training, certification, and oversight. Ben crossed his arms. Sounds restrictive. It maintains order, Toshinori countered. Before the system, quirk-based crime was rampant. Now we have structure. He studied Ben more carefully. Your situation is unique. I'd like to bring you to someone who might be able to help, the principal of UA High School, where I teach. A high school? I just graduated back home. UA isn't just any school. It's Japan's top hero academy. If anyone can help with your dimensional problem, it's Principal Nezu. Toshinori smiled slightly. Plus, it keeps you out of legal trouble while we figure things out. Ben considered his options. Alone in a strange dimension with strict laws against using his powers, not great odds. Lead the way, I guess. Toshinori nodded, then tensed his body, instantly bulking up into all might again. Excellent choice, young Tennyson. To UA we go. UA High School looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, massive glass buildings arranged around a central plaza, surrounded by a ridiculously high wall with an H-shaped gate. Ben tried not to gawk as All Might, now back in his deflated Toshinori form, led him through security checkpoints that included everything from retinal scans to some kind of Quirk signature analysis. This is a school. Ben muttered as they walked through pristine hallways. Looks more like a government facility. It's both, in many ways, Toshinori replied quietly. After you. They entered an office where a small white animal sat behind a desk. Ben froze, unsure if he was looking at a dog, a mouse, or something else entirely. The creature wore a suit and sipped tea delicately from a china cup. Ah, All Might. I see you've brought a guest. The animal's voice was refined and distinctly masculine. He set down his teacup. I'm Principal Nezu. I might be a mouse, or a dog, or a bear, but more importantly, I'm the principal. Ben blinked. Nice to meet you. This is Ben Tennyson, Toshinori explained. He has a rather unique situation. Over the next 20 minutes, Ben explained his predicament, the fight with the tech villain, the dimensional rift, and his arrival in Muzudafu. He demonstrated the Omnitrix by briefly transforming into Diamond Head and back, which Principal Nezu observed with unnerving intensity. Fascinating. Nezu exclaimed when Ben finished. A device that reconfigures your DNA temporarily into different species. And from another dimension entirely. Can you help me get back home? Ben asked bluntly. Nezu's expression sobered. Unfortunately, dimensional travel is beyond even our technology. However, he added, seeing Ben's face fall, I believe we can help you adjust while we investigate options. Our support department might be able to analyze your device for clues. No one touches the Omnitrix, Ben said firmly. Last time someone tried taking it apart, it nearly wiped out half a city. Understood. No disassembly. Nezu smiled again. In the meantime, what do you say to enrolling at UA? We can classify you as a transfer student with a unique transformation quirk. It would give you legal protection to use your powers under supervision, housing, and resources to help with your situation. Ben frowned. Go back to high school. I just finished, it's either that or risk arrest every time you use your device, Toshinori interjected. Our laws don't make exceptions, even for dimensional travelers. Fine, Ben sighed. Temporary enrollment while we figure this out. Excellent. Nezu clapped his paws together. We'll start tomorrow. All Might, perhaps you could show young Tennyson to the guest dormitory. I'll arrange the necessary paperwork and alert Aizawa about his new student. As they left the office, Ben caught Toshinori grimacing. What's wrong? Who's Aizawa? Your new homeroom teacher, Toshinori explained. Let's just say he's particular about unexpected changes to his class. The guest dormitory was surprisingly comfortable, a small apartment with basic amenities that Ben was told would be his until proper arrangements could be made in the student dorms. After Toshinori left, promising to return in the morning, Ben flopped onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. Azimuth is going to kill me if I've lost another Omnitrix in another dimension, he muttered, examining the device on his wrist. He tried the communication function, but as expected, nothing came through, no Plumber frequencies, no Gwen or Kevin, not even Grandpa Max. He was truly on his own. The next morning arrived with an insistent knocking at his door. Ben groggily pulled it open to find a disheveled man with long black hair, bloodshot eyes, and what appeared to be a scarf made of some strange material wrapped around his neck. Tennyson. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. The man's voice matched his appearance, exhausted and unimpressed. You have 10 minutes to get ready and follow me to class. Good morning to you too, Ben muttered, but Aizawa had already turned and walked away. 9 minutes later, Ben stood outside the imposing door marked Class 1A. Aizawa gestured impatiently. Before we go in, understand this, Aizawa said flatly. I don't care where you're from or what your situation is. In my class, you follow the rules, work hard, and don't disrupt the other students' training. Your dimensional problem is not an excuse for slacking off. Got it, Ben replied, resisting the urge to salute mockingly. This guy made Cash Murray look like a ray of sunshine. One more thing, Aizawa fixed him with a piercing stare. I know All Might and the principal have some plan for you. I'm not opposed to helping someone in your situation, but if I think for 1 second you're a danger to my students, I won't hesitate to shut you down. I'm not, save it. Aizawa slid the door open. Let's go. The classroom fell silent as they entered. 20 pairs of eyes locked onto Ben, some curious, some wary, all intense. Ben had seen strange things in his hero career, but this classroom was something else. A girl with pink skin and horns sat near a boy with a bird's head. Another student appeared to be made entirely of metal. Class, Aizawa announced with zero enthusiasm, this is Ben Tennyson. He's joining us temporarily as part of an exchange program. Tennyson, introduce yourself and sit in that empty desk by the window. Ben stepped forward, suddenly feeling self-conscious in the plain UA uniform they'd provided. Hey. I'm Ben Tennyson. I'm not from around here. A spiky-haired blonde boy snorted derisively. No shit. What kind of lame introduction is that? What's your quirk, extra? Bakugo, enough, Aizawa warned. Ben locked eyes with the aggressive student. I can transform. Into what? Challenged Bakugo. Ben grinned. Lots of things. Before the exchange could escalate, a green-haired boy near the front raised his hand. Welcome to UA, Tennyson-san. I'm Izuku Midoriya. If you need help finding your way around, just ask. The tension eased slightly. Ben nodded his thanks and made his way to the empty desk, aware of the continued stares. A girl with a ponytail leaned over as he sat down. Don't mind Bakugo, she whispered. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, the class vice representative. Trust me, I've dealt with worse, Ben whispered back, thinking of Kevin during his villainous phase. Aizawa cleared his throat. Now that the introductions are over, let's get to today's exercise. Combat training at ground beta. 5 minutes to change and meet at the entrance. The class erupted in excited chatter as they retrieved their hero costumes. Ben glanced around, realizing he didn't have one. Problem? Aizawa asked, noticing his hesitation. I don't have whatever costume they're changing into. Aizawa nodded. The support department is working on something based on your measurements. For today, there's a temporary training uniform in your locker. You'll have to make do. 5 minutes later, Ben stood at the entrance to Ground Beta, an elaborate training facility designed to look like a small city. The other students wore colorful, personalized costumes that ranged from practical to outlandish. Ben felt distinctly underdressed in a blue tracksuit with UA's logo. Listen up, Aizawa announced. Today's exercise is simple, villain pursuit and capture. You'll be divided into teams of 4. Each team will take turns playing heroes or villains. Villains get a 5-minute head start to hide within the training ground. Heroes must track and capture them within 15 minutes. He began listing team assignments. Team 1, Midoriya, Uraraka, Ida, and Tennyson. Ben found himself grouped with the friendly green-haired boy, a cheerful girl with round cheeks, and a tall, formal-looking guy with engines protruding from his calves. Hello. I'm Achiko Uraraka. The round-faced girl greeted him with a bright smile. Your Japanese is really good for an exchange student. Ben blinked, suddenly realizing he'd been understanding and speaking Japanese perfectly since arriving. Must be the universal translator function in the Omnitrix, he guessed. Thanks, he replied simply, not wanting to dive into explanations just yet. I am Tenya Ida, class representative, announced the tall boy, chopping his hand through the air robotically. We welcome you to our class and will ensure you receive the full UA experience during your stay. Great, Ben said, taken aback by the intensity. Looking forward to it. Midoriya approached, dressed in a green costume with a mask that had protruding ears, reminiscent of All Might's hair. We're up against Team 2, Bakugo, Kirishima, Ashido, and Zero. We should strategize before, Nerd Squad gets to be villains first. Bakugo shouted from across the training ground. Better start running. Aizawa confirmed with a nod. Team 1, you're the villains for the first round. Your objective is to avoid capture for the full 15 minutes or until time expires. You may defend yourselves but not initiate attacks. Begin your head start now. Come on. Uraraka urged, already jogging toward the mock city. Bakugo's team won't waste any time once they're released. As they ran deeper into the training ground, Ida took charge. We should split into pairs to maximize our chances. Midoriya and I will take the eastern section, Uraraka and Tennyson can. Bad idea, Ben interrupted. We don't know each other's abilities yet. Splitting up just makes us easier to pick off. Ida hesitated, clearly unused to having his authority questioned. Ben's right, Midoriya said thoughtfully. Especially against Bakugo's team. They work well together, and Bakugo will be extra aggressive to prove himself against the new student. We should find a defensible position, Ben suggested as they ducked into an alleyway. Somewhere with multiple escape routes that we can monitor. Uraraka pointed upward. The department store has a rooftop garden with multiple stairwells. I could use my quirk to float us up there quickly. Ben assessed the 4-story building. Perfect. What's your quirk exactly? Zero gravity. Uraraka explained, tapping her fingertips together. I can make anything I touch with all 5 fingers weightless. Useful, Ben nodded. And you guys? He asked Midoriya and Ida. Engine, Ida replied, gesturing to his calves. Super speed through my exhaust pipes. Midoriya seemed more hesitant. I have super strength. But it's complicated. He breaks his bones when he uses it, Uraraka added helpfully. Uraraka. Midoriya turned bright red. Sounds like a work in progress, Ben commented. No judgment here. What about you? Ida asked as they approached the department store. You mentioned transformation. Ben tapped the Omnitrix. This device lets me transform into different forms, each with unique abilities. Like Best Jeanist's fiber manipulation or Hawk's wings? Midoriya asked, eyes lighting with interest. More like, complete biological transformation, Ben clarified. You'll see soon enough. They reached the department store just as Aizawa's voice announced through their earpieces, Hero Team released. 14 minutes remaining. Uraraka, get us to the roof, Ida directed. She nodded, touching each of them with her fingertips. The sensation of weightlessness was familiar to Ben from his space adventures, but still disorienting. They floated upward along the building's exterior, using their hands to guide themselves to the rooftop garden. Once there, Uraraka released her quirk, and gravity reasserted itself. The rooftop offered a perfect vantage point, they could see most of the mock city while having multiple stairwells for escape routes. Midoriya, what's Bakugo's team likely to do? Ben asked, scanning the streets below. Midoriya's analytical mind kicked into gear. Bakugo's impulsive but smart. He'll want to find us quickly. His quirk lets him create explosions from his sweat. Kirishima can harden his body, Ashido secretes acid, and Siro shoots tape from his elbows. So we're dealing with a demolition expert, a tank, a corrosive specialist, and capture support, Ben summarized. Great. A distant explosion confirmed Midoriya's assessment. Bakugo was making his presence known. He's trying to draw us out, Ida observed. Or flush us toward his teammates, Uraraka added. Ben watched the patterns of explosions moving methodically through the streets. They're doing a grid search. Efficient. He turned to his teammates. We should stay mobile. The moment they spot us, this position becomes a trap. As if on cue, a massive explosion rocked a building 2 blocks away. Bakugo rocketed into the air, propelled by his explosions, and spotted them immediately. Found you, losers, he roared, changing direction mid-air toward their position. Time for you to see what I can do, Ben said, activating the Omnitrix. He cycled through the available aliens before finding what he needed. This'll work. He slammed down the dial, and emerald light engulfed him. His body grew taller and more muscular, his skin turning crystalline blue. When the transformation completed, a hulking diamond-like being stood where Ben had been. Diamond Head, his voice resonated deeper and more gravelly. His 3 teammates stared in shock. That's not just a transformation, Midoriya whispered, eyes wide. That's a complete species change. Analysis later, escape now. Diamond Head pointed to the stairwell. You 3 head down and split up. I'll handle Explosion Boy. We shouldn't leave you, Ida began. Trust me, Diamond Head grinned, his crystalline face catching the sunlight. This form is perfect for dealing with him. Bakugo closed the distance rapidly, hands crackling with explosions. Die, he screamed, launching himself directly at Diamond Head. Go. Diamond Head ordered his teammates, who reluctantly complied, disappearing down the stairwell as Bakugo arrived. The explosive blast hit Diamond Head square in the chest, creating a spectacular light show but leaving him completely unharmed. The crystalline alien chuckled. Is that all you've got? He taunted, brushing off his chest. I barely felt that. Bakugo's eyes widened momentarily before narrowing in rage. What the hell are you? The name's Diamond Head, he replied, extending an arm that morphed into a crystal blade. And you picked the wrong alien to explode. Bakugo responded with an even bigger blast. Howitzer impact. The explosion enveloped Diamond Head completely, scorching the rooftop garden and shattering nearby windows. When the smoke cleared, Diamond Head stood unmoved, his crystalline body reflecting the sunlight. My turn. He thrust his hands forward, launching crystal shards that pinned Bakugo's costume to an air conditioning unit. Before the explosive student could break free, Diamond Head created a crystal cage around him. Let me out, you bastard. Bakugo raged, explosions within the cage doing nothing to the hardened crystal. No can do, Sparky, Diamond Head replied. But thanks for making this easy. Tennyson captured Bakugo, Ida's voice reported through the earpiece. Remaining time, 11 minutes. 1 down, 3 to go, Diamond Head muttered, heading for the stairwell. He found Ida engaged with Kirishima on the 2nd floor. The engine-legged student was using his speed to evade the hardened attacks of his opponent, but couldn't land any effective counterattacks. Need a hand? Diamond Head called, drawing Kirishima's attention. Whoa, manly transformation. Kirishima grinned, his skin looking like jagged rock. Let's see how you handle this. He charged Diamond Head, hardened fist raised. The two collided with a sound like stone striking crystal. Kirishima's attack did nothing, while Diamond Head's counter sent him sliding across the floor. What the? Kirishima stared at his undamaged but ineffective fist. Diamond beats rock, Diamond Head quipped. Basic geology. Using the moment of confusion, Ida swept Kirishima's legs with a powerful engine-boosted kick. As the redhead fell, Diamond Head encased his limbs in crystal, effectively immobilizing him. 2 down. Diamond Head reported into his communicator. We've got trouble. Uraraka's voice came through, breathless. 3rd floor, east side. Ashido's melting through the walls, and Ciro's tape is everywhere. Go help them, Diamond Head told Ida. I'll handle any pursuit from Bakugo if he breaks free. Ida nodded and shot off with impressive speed. Diamond Head headed toward the nearest stairwell but paused when he heard a distinctive explosion from above. Bakugo had indeed broken out of his crystal cage. Rematch, Crystal Freak. Bakugo descended the stairwell like an angry comet. Diamond Head turned to face him just as the Omnitrix began beeping. Not now. In a flash of red light, he reverted to Ben, the transformation timing out at the worst possible moment. Bakugo's momentum carried him forward, forcing Ben to dive out of the way of an explosion that tore through the spot he'd been standing. What happened to your quirk, loser? Bakugo taunted, advancing with smoking palms. It has a time limit, Ben admitted, backing away while watching the Omnitrix. The face was red, indicating recharge mode. But don't worry, I've got other tricks. 8 minutes remaining, came Aizawa's dispassionate update. Bakugo lunged again, forcing Ben into a series of evasive maneuvers that reminded him of his hand-to-hand training with Gwen. While he wasn't in alien form, Ben was far from helpless. Years of fighting villains had honed his human reflexes too. He ducked under a right hook and countered with a sweep that caught Bakugo by surprise, sending him stumbling. Not bad for someone without their quirk, Bakugo grudgingly acknowledged before setting off a stun grenade-like explosion that temporarily blinded Ben. By the time his vision cleared, Bakugo had him pinned against a wall, one explosive palm inches from his face. Captured, exchange student. The Omnitrix chose that moment to reactivate, its face turning green. Ben grinned. Not quite. He slapped the dial without looking. Green light flashed, and his body transformed into a velociraptor-like alien with wheels for feet and a black helmet-like head. XLR-8, the alien announced before disappearing in a blur of speed that left Bakugo grasping at air. XLR-8 raced through the department store, a blue and black streak moving faster than the human eye could track. He found Midoriya trying to evade Ciro's tape attacks while Uraraka floated above, attempting to touch the tape-dispensing student. Need some help? XLR-8 skidded to a stop beside Midoriya, visor sliding up to reveal his face. Another transformation? Midoriya gasped. Speed this time, XLR-8 explained. Let's wrap this up. He zoomed toward Ciro, creating a vortex that tangled the student in his own tape before he could react. With Ciro immobilized, XLR-8 turned his attention to Ashido, who was melting through a display case to flank them. Midoriya, use your quirk on the sprinkler system. XLR-8 shouted. Understanding instantly, Midoriya channeled power into his finger. Delaware smash. The pressure wave triggered the sprinklers, diluting Ashido's acid and giving Uraraka the opportunity to touch her, activating zero gravity. The pink-skinned girl yelped as she floated helplessly upward. For minutes remaining, Aizawa announced. All opponents captured. Ida reported proudly through the communicator. Not quite, came Bakugo's voice as he burst into the room, palms igniting. Team attack, howitzer hurricane. Bakugo and Kirishima, who had somehow broken free, executed a coordinated maneuver. Bakugo created a massive explosion while Kirishima, hardened to maximum, rode the blast wave directly at the villain team. XLR-8 reacted instantly, grabbing Midoriya and Uraraka and racing them to safety while Ida used his engines to escape in another direction. The explosion rocked the entire building, collapsing part of the floor. That was excessive. XLR-8 complained, setting his teammates down in a safer area. Villain team, return to the starting point, Aizawa's voice cut through the chaos. Bakugo, Kirishima, your attack exceeded safety parameters. Automatic disqualification. What? Bakugo's outraged voice echoed through the building. But we almost had them. Kirishima added. Safety violations aren't negotiable, Aizawa replied flatly. Exercise concluded. All students report back for evaluation. As they made their way back to the starting point, the Omnitrix timed out again, returning XLR-8 to Ben. Midoriya immediately bombarded him with questions. How many forms do you have? What are their capabilities? Is there a limit to how long you can stay transformed? How does the selection process work? Deku, give him space to breathe. Uraraka laughed, using what Ben assumed was Midoriya's nickname. Sorry, I've never seen a quirk like that before. Midoriya's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. It's complicated, Ben replied, not ready to explain his extraterrestrial situation to everyone yet. But I've got a lot of different transformations. The time limit varies depending on how much energy I use. Back at the starting point, Aizawa gathered the class for debriefing. Bakugo stood sulking, arms crossed, while Kirishima looked genuinely remorseful. Team 1 performed adequately as villains, Aizawa began. Your defensive strategy was sound, and you adapted well to changing circumstances. Tennyson, he turned to Ben, your transformations are versatile, but you rely on them too heavily. Work on contingency planning for when they're unavailable. Ben nodded, surprised by the fair assessment. Bakugo, Aizawa continued, your final attack would have endangered civilians in a real scenario. Power without control isn't heroic, it's reckless. We would have won if, Bakugo began. This isn't about winning, Aizawa cut him off. It's about effective, responsible heroics. Something you still need to learn. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes and introductions. By the time Ben returned to his temporary quarters, he was exhausted. While changing out of the UA uniform, he noticed a message device on his desk blinking with notification. It was from Principal Nezu, Mr. Tennyson, please report to Support Studio 3 tomorrow after classes. Our department has some questions about your device and some progress on your situation. Progress. The word gave Ben a flicker of hope. As much as this world of regulated heroes intrigued him, he couldn't forget that his own world, his family and friends, were waiting for him. He flopped onto the bed, staring at the Omnitrix. Just hang on, guys. I'm working on getting back. The next morning, Ben woke to citywide emergency alerts blaring from his student device. A major villain incident was underway downtown, something about a criminal with technopathic abilities causing havoc with the city's infrastructure. Ben's hero instincts kicked in immediately. This could be connected to how he arrived in this dimension. At the very least, a tech-controlling villain might have information or equipment useful for getting home. He was halfway to the door when he remembered Aizawa's warning and this world's regulations against unauthorized heroics. Using the Omnitrix to intervene would potentially land him in serious trouble. Screw it, Ben muttered, activating the Omnitrix. Hero time is hero time, no matter what dimension. He transformed into XLR-8 and sped from the dormitory, racing toward downtown Muzutafu where news reports indicated the villain was attacking. As he approached, he saw electrical systems going haywire, traffic lights cycling randomly, digital billboards glitching, and autonomous vehicles swerving dangerously. In the center of the chaos stood a figure in a metallic exosuit, hands extended toward a bank security system, which was disgorging cash into waiting drones. Several pro-heroes had responded but were struggling with the malfunctioning technology around them, their communications were compromised, and any tech-based equipment they carried was turning against them. XLR-8 skidded to a halt at the edge of the affected zone, analyzing the situation. The villain, the news had called him Circuit, seemed able to control any connected technology within a certain radius. Electronic alien probably isn't the best choice here, XLR8 muttered to himself, tapping the Omnitrix symbol on his chest to transform again. In a flash of green light, he became a massive, orange-furred beast with no eyes and massive teeth. Wild Mutt, he roared, relying on his enhanced senses rather than sight or technology. Wild Mutt bounded into the fray, using his acute hearing and smell to navigate through the chaos. He leapt over a malfunctioning construction robot and charged directly at Circuit, who barely had time to register the approaching threat. What the? The villain raised his hands defensively, attempting to seize control of any technology in the beast attacking him. Finding nothing to control, Circuit was forced to physically defend himself. He activated thrusters in his exosuit, narrowly evading Wildmutt's pounce. Some kind of beast quirk. No electronics at all. Circuit sounded genuinely perplexed. No matter. My drones will handle you. A swarm of small, weaponized drones converged on Wildmutt, firing stun blasts. The beast-like alien roared in pain but continued pressing forward, using his agility to evade most attacks while taking the others on his thick hide. What's that on its chest? Circuit suddenly noticed the Omnitrix symbol. Some kind of control device. He extended his hand toward the symbol, attempting to seize control. The Omnitrix sparked slightly but remained functional, Azimuth's safeguards protecting against the technopathic intrusion. Wildmutt used the momentary distraction to close the distance, tackling Circuit to the ground. The villain's exosuit crackled with electricity as it tried to repel the attacker. Get off me, you mangy! Circuit was cut off as Wildmutt pinned his arms, preventing him from using his quirk effectively. The confrontation drew the attention of the pro-heroes on scene, including a tall, wooden-bodied hero who approached cautiously. Stand down, civilian, the wooden hero called out. Unauthorized quirk use is illegal. Wildmutt growled in frustration but maintained his hold on Circuit, who was still struggling to break free. Before the pro-heroes could intervene further, Circuit's exosuit emitted a powerful electromagnetic pulse that temporarily disabled all nearby technology, including the Omnitrix. In a flash of red light, Wildmutt transformed back into Ben, now very human and very vulnerable as he straddled the villain. A kid? Circuit laughed, taking advantage of Ben's momentary confusion to throw him off and scramble to his feet. Your little pet trick won't save you now. Ben rolled to his feet, glancing at the Omnitrix. Its face was red, indicating recharge mode. Wouldn't be so sure about that, he replied, falling into a fighting stance. His years of hand-to-hand combat training would have to suffice until the Omnitrix recharged. Circuit raised his hand toward a nearby construction crane, causing it to swing wildly toward Ben. The teenager dove out of the way, the massive hook crashing into the pavement where he'd stood seconds before. Stay still so I can squash you. Circuit commanded, directing more machinery toward Ben. The wooden hero intercepted the next attack, his elongated arms splintering but protecting Ben from a falling streetlight. Get to safety, kid, the hero ordered, grimacing through the pain. I can help. Ben protested. You've done enough. This is a job for professionals. Before Ben could argue further, a familiar figure shot into the sky nearby. Bakugo, in his hero costume, had arrived with the rest of Class 1A for what appeared to be an emergency response training exercise with their teacher, Aizawa. What's the exchange student doing here? Bakugo demanded, hovering on his explosion-propelled flight. Circuit noticed the new arrivals and laughed. More children to play with? Perfect. He extended his control to every piece of technology in the vicinity, cars, drones, construction equipment, even the student support items. Bakugo's gauntlets suddenly aimed themselves at his classmates, forcing him to remove them hastily. Everyone, shed any technology. Aizawa ordered, his eyes glowing red as he activated his quirk erasing ability on Circuit. Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, containment formation. The students moved with practiced coordination, forming a perimeter around Circuit while avoiding the rampaging technology. Aizawa's quirk neutralized Circuit's abilities temporarily, but the villain's exosuit appeared to function independently, still giving him enhanced strength and protection. Ben checked the Omnitrix again, still recharging. He watched as the UA student struggled against the villain and his controlled machinery. They were skilled for their age, but Circuit's preparedness and experience were giving him the edge. A nearby civilian screamed as a malfunctioning car swerved toward them. Without hesitation, Ben sprinted toward the danger. The Omnitrix might be down, but he wasn't powerless. He tackled the civilian out of the car's path, the vehicle crashing into a storefront behind them. "Get to the evacuation zone," Ben directed the shaken civilian, pointing toward where police were gathering people. The Omnitrix beeped, its face turning green. Finally. Ben activated it immediately, cycling through his aliens until he found what he needed. "Going hero," he called out, slapping down the dial. Green light flashed, and where Ben had stood, a small, white alien with large headphones appeared. "Echo Echo," the diminutive alien announced in a mechanical, reverberating voice. Echo Echo immediately multiplied, creating 5 identical copies that surrounded Circuit from different angles. Aizawa's Quirk erasing gaze shifted momentarily to Ben's transformation but seemed to have no effect, further confirmation that the Omnitrix wasn't Quirk-based. "What the?" Circuit spun around, trying to keep track of the multiple copies. "What kind of Quirk is this?" "Sonic Wall," the Echo Echoes called out in unison, each releasing a concentrated ultrasonic scream. The combined sonic attack hit Circuit from all directions, the sound waves disrupting his exosuit systems while the sheer volume disoriented him. The villain clutched his head, his control over the surrounding technology faltering. Midoriya recognized the opportunity. "Now, Kaken." Bakugo launched himself forward with a controlled explosion, delivering a powerful blow to Circuit's chest that sent the villain crashing into a wall. Before Circuit could recover, one of the Echo Echoes landed on his exosuit and emitted a precise sonic pulse directly into its control module. The exosuit sparked and powered down, its systems overloaded by the sonic attack. Circuit slumped, defeated, as pro-heroes moved in to secure him. The Echo Echoes merged back into a single form, which then flashed red and reverted to Ben. He found himself immediately surrounded by Class 1A, their expressions ranging from impressed to suspicious. "That was amazing!" Midoriya exclaimed. "Your transformation can self-duplicate and emit sonic attacks. Dude, why didn't you show us that one yesterday?" Kirishima asked, punching Ben's shoulder lightly. Before Ben could respond, Aizawa appeared behind him, his capture scarf unfurling menacingly. "Unauthorized Quirk use in public. Interference in a hero operation. Endangering yourself and others." Ben turned to face him. "I stopped the villain, didn't I?" "That's not the point," Aizawa replied coldly. "In this society, we have rules for a reason." "Rules that were slowing you down," Ben countered. "That guy was winning until I stepped in." The pro-heroes who had been struggling with Circuit approached, including the wooden hero who had protected Ben earlier. "The kid's got a point, Eraserhead," the wooden hero admitted reluctantly. "Circuit's technopathy was giving us serious trouble. The transformation ability gave us the opening we needed." Aizawa's scarf retracted slightly, but his expression remained stern. "That doesn't excuse reckless behavior." "It's what heroes do where I'm from," Ben said firmly. "We see trouble, we help. No licenses required." "You're not where you're from anymore," Aizawa reminded him. "You're here, under our rules." Midoriya stepped forward tentatively. Mr. Aizawa? Technically, we were brought here for emergency response training, and Ben is part of our class now, so couldn't this count as supervised training?" Aizawa's eye twitched. "A technicality, Midoriya. But a valid one," added a new voice. Principal Nezu approached, riding on the shoulder of All Might in his hero form. "Mr. Tennyson was responding to the same emergency as your class. Perhaps we can overlook this enthusiasm, in light of the positive outcome." Aizawa sighed deeply. Fine. But this is your only warning, Tennyson. Next unauthorized activation of your device will have consequences. Ben nodded, recognizing he'd gotten lucky. As the pro-heroes took Circuit into custody, Ben noticed something odd. The villain was staring at him, or more specifically, at the Omnitrix, with intense interest. Just before being loaded into a police transport, Circuit mouthed something that looked suspiciously like, "I'll find you." The incident concluded with debriefing and statements to authorities, carefully managed by UA staff to minimize Ben's involvement. As they returned to campus, Ben found himself walking alongside Midoriya, who couldn't contain his questions any longer. "Your transformations are incredible." Midoriya gushed. "I counted 3 distinct forms so far, each with completely different abilities. Is there a limit to how many you have?" Ben considered how much to reveal. "Around 70, though I can't access all of them all the time." Midoriya's eyes widened comically. 70. That's amazing. The versatility and tactical applications are endless. "It's pretty handy," Ben admitted. "Though having this many options can sometimes be overwhelming." "I can imagine. Do you have a favorite form? One you use most often?" Ben smiled slightly. "A few. Depends on the situation." Their conversation was interrupted by Bakugo, who shouldered his way between them. "Don't get cocky, exchange student. You got lucky today. Next time, I'll show you what a real hero looks like." "Looking forward to it, Sparky," Ben replied with a smirk. Bakugo bristled at the nickname but was pulled away by Kirishima before he could escalate further. As they continued toward campus, Ben noticed Aizawa watching him with calculated intensity. The teacher's suspicion was obvious. Ben wasn't just any transfer student, and Aizawa knew it. After classes ended, Ben reported to Support Studio 3 as instructed. He found Principal Nezu waiting alongside a pink-haired girl wearing steampunk-like goggles and a lab coat covered in scorch marks. "Ah, Mr. Tennyson." "Perfect timing," Nezu greeted cheerfully. "This is Mei Hatsum, one of our most brilliant support course students. You have the coolest baby." Hatsum practically screamed, invading Ben's personal space to examine the Omnitrix. "I've never seen such incredible tech. The energy readings are off the charts." Thanks." Ben took a step back. "My baby." "She means your device," Nezu explained. Ms. Hatsum refers to all her inventions as her babies, and extends the terminology to other technology she admires. "Can I see it transform?" "Please, please, please." Hatsum bounced excitedly. "Ms. Hatsum has been helping analyze the energy signature from when you arrived," Nezu continued. "She believes she's detected similar anomalies elsewhere in the city." That caught Ben's attention. "You mean other dimensional breaches?" Hatsum nodded enthusiastically. 3 energy spikes with the same quantum resonance as the one that brought you here. One happened today, during that villain attack downtown. Circuit, Ben realized. He seemed awfully interested in the Omnitrix. "Indeed," Nezu agreed. "We suspect he may be connected to whatever brought you to our world. The police are questioning him now, but he's refusing to cooperate." "Let me talk to him," Ben suggested. Nezu shook his head. "That would be highly irregular. Besides, you've already drawn enough attention with today's incident." "But if he knows something about how I got here, we'll pursue proper channels," Nezu insisted. "In the meantime, Miss Hatsum has developed a device that might help locate the next energy anomaly, should it occur." Hatsum produced what looked like a wristwatch with an oversized face. "My dimensional disruption detector. It'll alert you to any quantum fluctuations similar to the one that brought you here." "You built this in a day?" Ben asked, impressed despite himself. "She works quickly when inspired," Nezu commented. "The device pairs with your Omnitrix, was it? It won't interfere with its functions but will alert you to potential breaches." Ben accepted the device, strapping it to his other wrist. It was clunky but seemed well made. Thanks. Now, about today's incident, Nezu's tone turned more serious. While I appreciate your heroic instincts, Mr. Tennyson, I must insist you follow our protocols during your stay. The hero society we've built is carefully balanced. With all due respect, Ben replied, where I come from, I don't ask permission to save lives. And where exactly is that? Came a new voice. Aizawa entered the studio, his tired eyes fixed on Ben. You've been vague about your origin since arriving. Ben looked to Nezu, who nodded slightly. It's called Bellwood. But it's not in Japan. Or anywhere on this earth. Explain, Aizawa demanded flatly. Ben sighed. I'm from another dimension. The Omnitrix isn't a quirk, it's alien technology that lets me transform into different extraterrestrial species. I got pulled here during a fight with a villain who had some kind of dimensional powers. Silence followed his explanation until Hatsum broke it with an excited squeal. Aliens? Real aliens? Can I scan one? Please. Ms. Hatsum, perhaps give Mr. Tennyson some space, Nezu suggested gently. Mr. Aizawa, we've been working to verify Mr. Tennyson's story since his arrival. The energy readings and the nature of his transformation support his claims. Aizawa's expression remained skeptical. And you enrolled him in my class, why, exactly? To provide cover while we investigate return options, Nezu explained. And to ensure his abilities remain supervised. I'm standing right here, Ben reminded them. Aizawa stared at him for a long moment. Aliens. Other dimensions. Next you'll tell me there are magic spells. Ben thought of Gwen's mana abilities but decided not to complicate matters further. Just advanced science from where I'm from. Show me, Aizawa challenged. Transform into something I haven't seen yet. Ben activated the Omnitrix, cycling through his options before selecting one. This should do it. Green light flashed, and where Ben had stood, a small, gray-skinned alien with oversized eyes and a bulbous head appeared. Gray matter, he announced in a high-pitched, intelligent voice. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly, the only indication of his surprise. This form has enhanced intelligence and problem-solving abilities, Gray matter explained, hopping onto a nearby workbench. I could explain quantum physics in terms even you would understand, but that would take more time than we have. Hatsum was practically vibrating with excitement. His brain capacity must be enormous. The neurological density required for, enough, Aizawa cut her off. I've seen enough. He turned to Nezu. I assume you have a plan for containing this situation. We're not containing anything, Gray matter interjected, irritated. I'm trying to get home, not cause trouble. Your actions today suggest otherwise, Aizawa countered. The Omnitrix symbol beeped, and Gray matter transformed back into Ben. I saw people in danger, and I helped. If that's a problem here, then maybe this isn't the hero society you think it is. Tension crackled between them until Nezu cleared his throat. Both of you make valid points. Our system has structure for good reasons, Mr. Tennyson. But perhaps, he glanced at Aizawa, we can acknowledge that extraordinary circumstances sometimes require flexibility. Aizawa's jaw tightened, but he nodded curtly. The student dormitories would be better for monitoring your activities. I'll arrange for you to move in tomorrow. Is that for my protection or everyone else's? Ben asked dryly. Both, Aizawa replied without hesitation. Be ready at 8 a.m. With that, he turned and left. Nezu sighed. Mr. Aizawa means well. He's protective of his students and our institution. I get it, Ben said. I've dealt with authority figures before. Look, I appreciate the help, but I need to focus on getting home. If Circuit knows something, we'll investigate through proper channels, Nezu assured him. In the meantime, please try to adapt to our methods. Consider it a learning experience. Ben wanted to argue but recognized the principal's diplomatic tone for what it was, firm but polite insistence. Fine. But if another dimensional breach happens, I'm checking it out, with or without permission. Nezu's smile never wavered. I would expect nothing less from a hero, Mr. Tennyson. Just try not to destroy any city blocks in the process. The move to Heights Alliance, the 1A dormitory, went more smoothly than Ben expected. His new room was sparsely furnished but comfortable, and the common areas provided space to socialize with his temporary classmates. Most of Class 1A welcomed him with curiosity and enthusiasm, particularly Midoriya, whose analytical mind couldn't get enough of Ben's transformations. Others, like Todoroki, remained reserved but polite. Bakugo, unsurprisingly, maintained his hostility. So you're saying you're an alien? Kaminari asked during dinner in the common room. Not exactly, Ben clarified, chewing a rice ball. I'm human. The Omnitrix lets me transform into aliens. But you're from another dimension? Mina Ashido asked, her pink skin and horns ironically making her look alien herself. That's so cool. It's happened to me before, Ben admitted. Though usually I find my way back quicker. How many aliens can you transform into again? Kirishima asked. Around 70, though I can't access them all at once. That's so manly. Kirishima pumped his fist. You gotta show us more of them. Perhaps a demonstration would be educational, Ida suggested, chopping the air mechanically. With proper supervision, of course. Ben was about to respond when his new detector beeped sharply. The device Hatsum had given him was flashing red, its display showing a map with coordinates. What's that? Uraraka asked, leaning over to see. Trouble, Ben replied, standing quickly. Another dimensional breach. The detector showed the anomaly occurring in an industrial district about 3 miles from campus. If it was connected to how Ben arrived, he needed to investigate immediately. I've got to check this out, he announced, already heading for the door. Wait. Midoriya called, following him. You can't just leave campus without permission. After today's incident, this might be my ticket home, Midoriya, Ben replied without stopping. I can't miss it. Then let us come with you, Midoriya suggested. At least that way you'll have backup. Ben paused, considering. This could be dangerous. We're training to be heroes, Midoriya reminded him. Danger is part of the job. Looking around, Ben saw several of his classmates nodding in agreement. Even Bakugo, while pretending disinterest, was clearly listening. Fine, Ben decided. But we move fast and quiet. If this is another villain like Circuit, we need to be careful. I'm coming too, Bakugo announced, standing. Someone needs to make sure you extras don't screw up. In the end, a small group assembled, Ben, Midoriya, Bakugo, Kirishima, Uraraka, and Todoroki, a mix of offensive and support abilities that seemed balanced for whatever they might encounter. If we get caught, I'm blaming all of you, Bakugo grumbled as they slipped off campus. Using the detector as a guide, they made their way through Muzutafu toward the industrial zone. As they got closer, Ben noticed the device becoming increasingly erratic. The energy's fluctuating, he observed. Whatever's happening, it's unstable. They reached an abandoned warehouse marked with faded shipping logos. The detector led them to a side entrance, where the lock had been clearly melted by some kind of energy weapon. Someone's already here, Ben whispered. Stay alert. They entered cautiously, finding themselves in a vast, empty space filled with shadows. The only light came from the center of the warehouse, where a swirling vortex of purple energy hovered about 6 feet off the ground. Is that? Uraraka began. A dimensional portal, Ben confirmed. Similar to what brought me here. As they approached, they noticed someone else already at the portal, a figure in an exosuit similar to Circuit's, but more advanced. This one had glowing purple circuitry running through it, and the helmet obscured the wearer's face completely. "Hey!" Bakugo shouted, subtlety abandoned. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The figure turned, revealing a featureless mask with a purple visor. "Ah, visitors. Right on schedule." The voice was electronically distorted, making it impossible to determine gender or identity. "Who are you?" Ben demanded, activating the Omnitrix. "Are you working with Circuit?" "Circuit?" The figure laughed. "A mere assistant. You may call me Rift. And you," they pointed directly at Ben, "have something I need." The Omnitrix, Ben realized. "How do you know about it?" "I know many things, Benjamin Tennyson," Rift replied. "Including how you came to be in this dimension. After all, I brought you here." That revelation stunned the group. Ben stepped forward, anger building. "Send me back. In due time. First, I require your device. It contains the quantum signatures necessary to stabilize my gateway." "Not happening," Ben replied, selecting an alien on the Omnitrix. "But you're definitely going to tell me how to get home. It's hero time." He slammed down the dial, transforming in a flash of green light into a red, four-armed alien with massive muscles. 4 arms. Rift seemed unimpressed. Tetraman physiology. Impressive strength, limited intelligence. Predictable choice. 4 arms charged forward, only for Rift to raise a hand. Purple energy crackled, creating a force field that repelled the attack, sending 4 arms crashing back. "Kaken, Todoroki." Midoriya called out, activating one for all throughout his body, green lightning crackling around him. Bakugo and Todoroki moved immediately, one launching explosive blasts while the other sent a wave of ice toward Rift. The villain countered both attacks effortlessly, energy shields deflecting the explosion while heat projectors melted the incoming ice. "Your quirks are fascinating," Rift commented casually, "but ultimately primitive compared to interdimensional technology." 4 arms recovered and rejoined the fight, coordinating with the UA students. Uraraka circled to the side, trying to get close enough to use her zero gravity, while Kirishima hardened his body to provide backup. The battle intensified as Rift revealed more capabilities: energy weapons, short-range teleportation, and force projection. Despite their combined efforts, the UA students and 4 arms found themselves on the defensive. "The portal's becoming unstable," Midoriya warned, noticing the vortex pulsing erratically. 4 arms glanced at it between attacks. "It's collapsing. If it closes, I'll lose months of work," Rift finished, suddenly more urgent. "Enough games." The villain activated something in their gauntlet, and the warehouse filled with autonomous drones similar to Circuits but more advanced. As the students dealt with these new threats, Rift turned attention back to the portal. "I need the Omnitrix now," they called, extending a device toward the fluctuating vortex. 4 arms fought through the drones, determined to reach Rift before whatever plan was in motion could be completed. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest began beeping, another timeout approaching. "Not now," he growled, pushing harder. He reached Rift just as the villain activated their device, causing the portal to stabilize momentarily. In the swirling energy, 4 arms caught a glimpse of something familiar: Bellwood skyline, his home dimension visible through the gateway. "Home!" he exclaimed, momentarily distracted. Rift took advantage, striking with an energy blast that sent 4 arms to his knees. "The Omnitrix, boy. Give it to me, and you can return home. Refuse, and remain stranded forever." The Omnitrix timed out, leaving Ben human and vulnerable. The portal began fluctuating wildly again, the image of Bellwood fading in and out. "Ben!" Midoriya called, fighting through drones to reach him. "Don't listen to them." Ben stared at the portal, his way home tantalizingly close yet slipping away. "Why do you want the Omnitrix so badly?" "Its technology is the key to stable interdimensional travel," Rift explained. "With it, I can access any reality, any timeline. Imagine the possibilities. Yeah, and I bet you'd use it for charity work, Ben replied sarcastically. Not happening. The portal began collapsing further, the gateway shrinking rapidly. Rift grew desperate. You fool. It's closing. The Omnitrix, now. Go jump in a black hole, Ben retorted, backing toward his allies. Rift's visor glowed brighter with rage. Then you've made your choice. The villain began typing commands into their gauntlet. If you won't surrender it willingly, I'll take it from your corpse in the next cycle. The portal contracted violently, energy lashing out in all directions. Rift activated a personal shield just as a massive surge erupted from the gateway, enveloping the warehouse in blinding purple light. When it faded, Rift was gone, either escaped or pulled into the collapsing portal. The drones deactivated, falling harmlessly to the ground as the last vestiges of the gateway disappeared. Ben stared at the empty space where his glimpse of home had been moments before. It's gone. Midoriya approached cautiously. I'm sorry, Ben. Was that really your world? Yeah, Ben nodded, his expression hardening. But it'll appear again. Rift said something about cycles. They're planning another breach. Uraraka joined them, helping Kirishima who had a minor injury from the drones. At least now we know someone deliberately brought you here. That's progress, right? Small comfort when they're trying to steal the Omnitrix, Ben replied grimly. Bakugo kicked one of the deactivated drones. We should take these back to UA. The support nerds can analyze them. Agreed, Todoroki said quietly. This technology might provide clues about Rift's plans. They gathered what evidence they could, including a damaged control module from one of the drones. As they prepared to leave, Ben noticed his detector was still active, recording data from the event. Hatsam's going to love this, he muttered. The return to campus was tense, all of them aware they'd broken rules by leaving without permission. Their concerns were confirmed when they found Aizawa waiting at the dormitory entrance, his expression darker than usual. Unauthorized departure from campus. Engagement with villains without pro-hero supervision. Potential quirk use in public, he listed their infractions in a monotone that somehow made it more intimidating. Give me one reason why I shouldn't expel all of you right now. Ben stepped forward. It was my fault. I dragged them into it. No, we chose to go, Midoriya countered. The exchange student was going to screw up anyway, Bakugo added. We went to minimize the damage. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Inside. All of you. Principal's office. Now. The walk to Nezu's office felt like a death march. Ben clutched the drone parts they'd salvaged, hoping the information would be worth the trouble they were in. When they arrived, they found not only Nezu waiting but also All Might in his deflated form. You've had quite the evening, Nezu observed mildly. Mr. Aizawa has informed me of your unauthorized excursion. We can explain, Midoriya began. Yes, I believe you can, Nezu agreed, surprisingly calm. Mr. Tennyson's detection device alerted us to the anomaly as well. We were monitoring the situation. You knew? Ben asked, confused. Of course, Nezu smiled. Did you think we would leave dimensional breaches unobserved after your arrival? We had surveillance in place. Though I admit, we didn't anticipate this rift, character or their interest in your device. Ben placed the drone parts on Nezu's desk. They created the portal that brought me here. They want the Omnitrix for some kind of interdimensional technology. All Might leaned forward. This is concerning. If this villain can access multiple dimensions, the threat extends beyond just our world, Nezu finished. Precisely why we need to approach this carefully. Are we still in trouble? Uraraka asked hesitantly. Nezu and Aizawa exchanged glances. Your intentions were admirable, Nezu acknowledged. However, procedures exist for good reasons. You'll all have additional training assignments for the next 2 weeks. Consider it both punishment and preparation for your next encounter with this villain. There will be a next encounter? Ben asked. Rift mentioned cycles, Midoriya explained to the teachers. They seem to be following some kind of timetable with these portals. Nezu nodded. The energy signatures we've detected do appear cyclical. If the pattern holds, another breach will occur approximately 1 week from now. Then I need to be ready, Ben determined. When it happens, I'm going through that portal, back to my dimension. Not alone, All Might said firmly. If this villain is targeting you specifically, you'll need support. Are you volunteering to visit another dimension? Aizawa asked dryly. All Might grinned. Wouldn't be the strangest thing I've done as a hero. The meeting concluded with arrangements to analyze the salvage technology and prepare for the next breach. As they left Nezu's office, Ben found himself walking alongside Midoriya again. Sorry for getting you in trouble, Ben offered. Midoriya shook his head. We're training to be heroes. Sometimes that means making tough calls. He paused. Besides, I learn something new every time I see you transform. It's amazing research material. Ben laughed despite the situation. You remind me of my cousin Gwen sometimes. She's the analytical one in my family too. You must miss them, Midoriya said softly. Your family. Yeah, Ben admitted. But I'll get back. I always do. As they returned to Heights Alliance, Ben couldn't help but glance at the night sky, wondering if his family was looking for him across dimensions. With Rift's next move a week away, he had time to prepare, and to learn more about this world of regulated heroes that was so different from his own. One thing was certain, when the next portal opened, he'd be ready. Hero time wasn't just about saving the day, it was about finding his way home. Chapter 2, Trials and Transformations. The week following the warehouse incident passed in a blur of classes, training, and preparation. Ben found himself settling into a rhythm at UA that felt weirdly normal, considering the circumstances. Each morning began with Aizawa's homeroom session, followed by regular academic classes that were surprisingly similar to what Ben had endured back home. Math still sucked in any dimension. The afternoons, though. Those were something else entirely. Hero basic training with All Might, foundational hero studies with various pro teachers, and whatever specialized torture Aizawa had cooked up as part of their additional training assignments. Today's special punishment involved rescue operations in Ground Gamma, a dense industrial labyrinth filled with pipes, factories, and narrow walkways. Ben stood with the rest of the punishment crew, as Bakugo had dubbed them, listening to Aizawa's instructions. The scenario is simple, Aizawa explained, looking as enthusiastic as someone ordering a funeral arrangement. Civilians are trapped throughout Ground Gamma following a villain attack. Your job is to locate and extract them safely. The catch? No flying, no destroying infrastructure, and you must work within your assigned teams. Ben glanced at his teammates, Midoriya and Todoroki. Not a bad draw, all things considered. The other team consisted of Bakugo, Kirishima, and Uraraka, which seemed volatile at best. This is such bullshit, Bakugo muttered, kicking at the ground. I could clear this course in 5 minutes solo. That attitude is exactly why you're here, Bakugo, Aizawa replied flatly. Heroes often work with agencies and quirks they're unfamiliar with. Adaptability is essential. So what are the actual parameters? Ben asked, examining the sprawling industrial landscape. Time limit. Number of civilians. 15 minutes. 6 civilians per team. And one more thing, Aizawa added, his expression darkening slightly, I'll be playing the role of an active villain. If I capture you, you're out for the remainder of the exercise. That caught everyone's attention. Aizawa's erasure quirk made him a nightmare opponent for anyone relying on their abilities, which was everyone except Ben. What about me? Ben tapped the Omnitrix. Your quirk doesn't affect my transformations. I'm aware, Aizawa replied with the faintest hint of a smile. I have other methods. Somehow, that was more terrifying than any specific threat could have been. Your 15 minutes start now. Team Bakugo takes the east entrance, Team Midoriya the west. They split up, jogging toward their respective entry points. Once inside the complex, Ben's team huddled quickly to strategize. We need a plan, Todoroki said, his dual-colored hair shifting slightly in the breeze. Spreading out covers more ground but leaves us vulnerable to Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya nodded, already in analysis mode. Mr. Aizawa excels at ambushes and will target us individually if possible. We should maintain visual contact but separate enough to efficiently search. I could transform into something with tracking abilities, Ben suggested, already cycling through the Omnitrix. Wildmutt could sniff out the civilians faster than searching manually. Good idea, Midoriya agreed. Todoroki can create ice paths between buildings for rapid movement, and I can use full cowling to check the higher levels. Just remember, no infrastructure damage, Todoroki reminded them. That limits both of us significantly. Ben found what he was looking for on the Omnitrix and slammed the core down. Green light flashed, and in his place stood a massive orange-furred creature with no eyes, sharp teeth, and powerful limbs. Wildmutt, the alien growled, immediately sniffing the air. Though lacking eyes, his enhanced senses created a kind of mental map of their surroundings, including faint traces of human scent throughout the facility. Midoriya still looked fascinated despite having seen this form before. Amazing. Your sensory capabilities must be incredibly acute in this form. Wildmutt grunted affirmatively before pointing with his snout in 3 different directions where he detected human scents. He concentrated, determining which were closest. He's found something, Todoroki interpreted. 2 o'clock, about 200 meters. Wildmutt nodded and took the lead, bounding forward with surprising agility for his size. Midoriya activated full cowling, green lightning crackling around him as he leapt to higher pipes, while Todoroki created small ice platforms to efficiently navigate the complex. The first, civilian, actually a weighted training dummy, was trapped under fallen debris in a narrow passageway. Wildmutt grunted and gestured, communicating the situation as best he could without speech. I've got this, Todoroki said, carefully using his ice to stabilize the debris while Midoriya extracted the dummy. 1 down, 5 to go, Midoriya noted, securing the dummy in a rescue harness. Ben, can you locate the next one? Wildmutt was already scanning the area, his head tilted as he sorted through the multitude of scents. He suddenly tensed, a low growl emanating from his throat. What is it? Todoroki asked, immediately alert. Before Wildmutt could respond, a capture scarf shot from the shadows, wrapping around Midoriya's leg. The green-haired student barely had time to yelp before being yanked off his feet. Midoriya! Todoroki shouted, sending a wave of ice in the direction of the attack. Aizawa emerged from his hiding spot, effortlessly evading the ice while maintaining his grip on Midoriya. Too slow, Todoroki. Your team is down 1 member. Wildmutt charged forward, using his lack of reliance on sight to his advantage as Aizawa activated his erasure quirk. The teacher's eyes glowed red, his hair floating upward, but as expected, it had no effect on the transformed team. Interesting, Aizawa commented, releasing Midoriya, who looked thoroughly disappointed, and focusing on Wildmutt. Let's see how well you fight without your enhanced senses. He threw a small spherical device that exploded into a cloud of dense, pungent smoke. Wildmutt reeled backward, the overwhelming smell completely disorienting his sensitive olfactory system. The alien howled in discomfort, pawing at his snout. Sensory overload, Todoroki realized, creating an ice wall to separate them from Aizawa. Can you change forms? Wildmutt slapped the Omnitrix symbol on his shoulder. Another flash of green light, and he transformed into a small, blue, monkey-like alien with 4 arms and wearing a helmet with an extra pair of eyes. Spider Monkey. Good call, the new alien chattered. Less reliant on smell, more on agility. We need to keep moving, Todoroki urged. Aizawa-sensei won't be delayed for long. Spider-Monkey nodded, leaping onto a pipe overhead. I'll scout ahead. Your ice is too visible, he's tracking it. Agreed. Meet at the central plaza in 3 minutes. Spider-Monkey scampered through the complex, using his enhanced agility and ability to cling to any surface to move rapidly through the maze of pipes and structures. His extra set of eyes gave him nearly 360-degree vision, making it harder for Aizawa to ambush him. He located 2 more civilians in quick succession, one trapped in a maintenance shaft and another dangling precariously from a broken walkway. Using his webbing ability, Spider-Monkey secured both dummies and created a harness system to transport them. At the central plaza, Todoroki had already recovered another civilian, though his expression was tense. 7 minutes left. 2 civilians remaining, and Aizawa-sensei is still hunting us. How'd you avoid him? Spider-Monkey asked, depositing his rescued dummies. I didn't. We crossed paths, but he was more interested in finding you. That wasn't reassuring. Why me specifically? He mentioned something about testing your adaptability. I think he's curious about your transformation limits. Great. A teacher with something to prove. Let's grab the last 2 quick, then. I'm picking up weird echoes from that refinery tower. They moved carefully toward the massive structure, alert for any sign of Aizawa. Just as they reached the base of the tower, a dark figure dropped from above, landing directly in their path. Predictable route, Aizawa commented, his capture weapon unfurling. In a real rescue scenario, the villain would have anticipated your approach. Spider-Monkey didn't waste time with banter. He fired webbing at Aizawa's face, forcing the teacher to dodge, then used the distraction to leap over him. Todoroki, go high. I'll draw him off. Understanding immediately, Todoroki created an ice ramp that launched him upward toward the upper levels of the refinery where one of the remaining civilians was located. Aizawa turned his attention to Spider-Monkey, his capture weapon lashing out with incredible precision. The agile alien evaded narrowly, bouncing between pipes and structures. Your forms have consistent weaknesses, Aizawa called out, analyzing as he attacked. Each specializes in specific abilities at the cost of others. The transformation time between them is your greatest vulnerability. To demonstrate his point, he threw another specialized grenade, this one releasing a sticky foam that caught Spider-Monkey's legs as he landed. Ah, man. Spider-Monkey struggled against the rapidly hardening substance. The Omnitrix began beeping, signaling an imminent timeout. Not now. A flash of red light, and Ben was back in human form, still trapped in the foam. Aizawa approached, looking distinctly unimpressed. Captured, he declared. In a real scenario, you'd be at the villain's mercy. Good thing I've got more than one trick, then, Ben replied, activating the Omnitrix again. Before Aizawa could close the distance, he transformed into a red, manta ray-like alien. Jet Ray. The slender, aerodynamic form easily slipped free of the foam trap. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly, clearly, he hadn't anticipated this particular transformation. Flying is against the parameters of this exercise, he reminded Ben sharply. Jet Ray hovered just above ground level, technically not flying but not touching the surface either. I'm not flying. I'm hovering efficiently. Before Aizawa could argue the semantics, Jet Ray fired neuroshock beams from his eyes and tail, forcing the teacher to dodge. Using the opening, Jet Ray sped off, not upward, but laterally through the complex, staying below the height restrictions while covering ground rapidly. He reached the last civilian location, a control room on the far side of Ground Gamma, just as his communicator buzzed with Todoroki's update. I've secured the 5th civilian. 1 remaining at your coordinates. 3 minutes left. Jet Ray entered the control room, finding the final dummy, unconscious, under a collapsed console. As he moved to extract it, he sensed movement behind him and spun around. Aizawa stood in the doorway, capture weapon at the ready. Impressive speed. But predictable destination. How did you? Jet Ray began. I've been monitoring your search pattern. You're efficient but linear. Aizawa's eyes glowed as he activated erasure, though as before, it had no effect on the Omnitrix transformation. Instead, the teacher threw a final specialized grenade. This one emitted a powerful electromagnetic pulse that disrupted the Omnitrix's function. Jet Ray involuntarily transformed back to Ben with a flash of red light. EMP grenade, Aizawa explained. Temporarily disables most technology. Ben glanced at the Omnitrix, its face was dark, rebooting after the electromagnetic interference. You came prepared. A hero always does. Aizawa's capture weapon shot forward. But Ben hadn't survived years as a hero by relying solely on the Omnitrix. He dove into a forward roll, evading the initial attack, then used the console as cover. While Aizawa repositioned, Ben quickly extracted the dummy from the debris. 90 seconds remaining, Aizawa noted. The exit is on the opposite side of the facility. Even if you retrieve that civilian, you won't make it in time without your transformations. Ben checked the Omnitrix again, still rebooting. He'd need at least another minute before it was operational, and by then, it would be too late. Sometimes the best solution isn't the most obvious one, Ben replied, backing toward the control room's window. He tapped his communicator. Todoroki, I need an ice slide from the control room to the exit, ASAP. On it, came the immediate response. Outside the window, ice began forming rapidly, creating a smooth ramp leading toward the exit point. Ben smiled at Aizawa. Sometimes the best power is good teammates. He crashed through the window, which was safety glass designed to break without dangerous shards, clutching the dummy as he landed on Todoroki's ice slide. The momentum carried him downward at increasing speed, racing toward the exit as Aizawa watched from the control room, his expression unreadable as always. Ben shot past a surprised Todoroki, who was maintaining the ice creation from a midpoint position. Meet you at the exit. Ben called as he whizzed by. The ice slide deposited him neatly at the exit point with exactly 12 seconds to spare. Todoroki arrived moments later, having used his own ice abilities to travel rapidly once Ben had passed. Time. Aizawa called, appearing seemingly out of nowhere as the exercise concluded. 6 civilians recovered, 0 team members lost. Acceptable performance. From Aizawa, that was practically gushing praise. What about Team Bakugo? Ben asked, setting down his rescued dummy. On cue, an explosion echoed from the eastern section of Ground Gamma, followed by Bakugo's distinctive shouting. Stop floating me, round face. I almost had him. That answers that question, Todoroki commented dryly. Midoriya joined them at the exit, having been observing since his capture. That was amazing teamwork. Especially the ice slide at the end. Indeed, Aizawa agreed, surprisingly. Tennyson, your adaptability when the Omnitrix was disabled was commendable. Many heroes become overly reliant on their quirks. The Omnitrix chose that moment to reboot fully, its face glowing green once more. Yeah, well, I've had plenty of practice working without it. Something to keep practicing, Aizawa advised. Villains will always target what they perceive as your greatest strength. Team Bakugo eventually emerged from Ground Gamma, looking considerably worse for wear. Bakugo was fuming, his costume singed in places. Kirishima's hero outfit was torn, revealing his hardened skin beneath. Uraraka appeared nauseous, likely from overusing her quirk. 4 civilians recovered, Aizawa announced. Bakugo was captured twice, because Round Face kept interfering. Bakugo snapped. And Uraraka suffered from quirk overexertion, Aizawa continued, ignoring the interruption. Only Kirishima completed the exercise without significant errors. The redhead grinned, rubbing the back of his neck. Just tried to stay manly and focused. Kirishima understands the assignment's purpose, Aizawa said pointedly. These exercises aren't about individual glory. They're about effective teamwork under restrictions. Something you'll all need for the upcoming event. That caught everyone's attention. Event? Midoriya asked cautiously. What event? Principal Nezu will brief the class tomorrow. For now, clean up and return to the dorms. That's all. With that, Aizawa walked away, leaving them with more questions than answers. A joint exhibition match? Kaminari exclaimed the next morning as Aizawa explained the upcoming event. Against Shiketsu High. Correct, Aizawa confirmed. Following the success of the joint training session with Class 1B, UA has arranged a similar exhibition with Shiketsu, focusing on rescue operations and villain suppression. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Shiketsu High was considered UA's greatest rival among hero schools, with a reputation for discipline and traditional hero values. The exhibition will be attended by pro-heroes and agencies scouting for future interns, Aizawa continued. Your performance could directly impact your professional prospects. Ben listened with half-interest. While the rest of the class saw this as a career opportunity, he was more focused on the approaching deadline for the next dimensional breach. According to Hatsum's calculations, Rift's next attempt would occur just after this exhibition. Tennyson, Aizawa's voice cut through his thoughts. Since you're technically a guest student, your participation is optional. All eyes turned to Ben. He considered declining, getting entangled in this world's hero politics wasn't his priority. But then again, keeping a low profile hadn't exactly been working out so far. I'll participate, he decided. Might as well see how your hero school stacks up against mine. That raised several curious looks. You attended a hero school in your dimension? Yaoyorozu asked. Not exactly, Ben replied. More like on-the-job training with my grandfather. He was part of an intergalactic peacekeeping force. Space heroes? Midoriya's eyes practically sparkled. Your world has space heroes. Among other things, Ben shrugged, not elaborating further. The less he revealed about the plumbers and the wider galactic community, the better. Aizawa cleared his throat. The exhibition will consist of 3 phases, a rescue competition, individual quirk demonstrations, and a team battle simulation. You have 3 days to prepare. I suggest using them wisely. As class dismissed, Ben found himself approached by Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida. The trio seemed inseparable, reminding him somewhat of his own team back home. We're organizing a training session this afternoon, Midoriya explained enthusiastically. Since you'll be participating in the exhibition, would you like to join us? Ben had planned to meet Hatsum in the support department to refine the dimensional breach detector, but some combat practice wouldn't hurt. Sure, I could use the workout. Excellent. Ida chopped the air emphatically. Proper preparation is essential for representing UA. Plus, we're all kind of curious to see more of your transformations, Uraraka admitted with a sheepish smile. Speaking of which, Midoriya added, pulling out a notebook labeled, Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 14, would you mind if I documented some of your transformations capabilities? For research purposes. Ben laughed. You really are like my cousin Gwen. Sure, knock yourself out. As they left the classroom, Ben noticed Bakugo watching their interaction with his usual scowl. The explosive student had maintained his hostility toward Ben, seemingly viewing the exchange student as a rival or interloper. What's his problem anyway? Ben muttered as they walked toward the training grounds. Kaken. Midoriya glanced back. He's competitive. He wants to be the best hero, and anyone who challenges that gets his attention. And you've definitely got his attention, Uraraka added. Especially after you captured him so easily during combat training. Ben shrugged. I've dealt with guys like him before. They usually calm down once they've blown off some steam. Or in Bakugo's case, blown up some training equipment, Ida noted disapprovingly. Their training session that afternoon attracted more participants than Ben expected. Nearly half of Class 1A showed up, eager to prepare for the exhibition and, more transparently, to see more of Ben's transformations. "Alright, extras," Bakugo announced, having apparently invited himself. "Let's see what this dimension hopper can really do." No holding back. "Is he always like this?" Ben asked Kirishima, who had positioned himself as a buffer between Bakugo and the others. "Pretty much," Kirishima confirmed cheerfully. "But he pushes everyone to do better. It's actually kind of manly when you think about it." They organized a series of sparring matches, rotating partners to practice against different quirk types. Ben found himself impressed by the creativity and skill the UA students displayed. While his aliens might have raw power advantages, these kids had refined their abilities with remarkable precision. When it was Ben's turn to spar with Bakugo, the tension was palpable. They faced off in the center of training ground Beta, surrounded by their classmates. "No Diamond Head this time," Bakugo demanded. "I want a real fight, not that unbreakable bullshit." "Fine by me," Ben replied, activating the Omnitrix. "I've got plenty to choose from." He transformed in a flash of green light, becoming a blue, moth-like alien with massive wings and antennae. "Big chill." Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "A bug? You're mocking me." "Not at all," Big Chill replied in his eerie, whispering voice. "Just thought I'd cool your temper a bit." With that, he exhaled a massive freezing breath toward Bakugo. The explosive student countered with a perfectly timed blast that dispersed the freezing attack while propelling him skyward. "Predictable," Bakugo shouted, launching himself at Big Chill with remarkable speed. What wasn't predictable was Big Chill turning intangible, allowing Bakugo to pass harmlessly through his ghostly form. The explosive student tumbled in surprise, barely managing to correct his trajectory before crashing. "What the?" Bakugo spun around. "That's cheating." "That's versatility," Big Chill corrected, turning solid again before sending another freezing attack. Their battle intensified, with Bakugo's raw power and combat instincts proving a worthy match for Big Chill's intangibility and ice powers. The watching students were treated to an impressive display of offensive and defensive techniques from both fighters. "They're evenly matched," Todoroki observed as Bakugo narrowly avoided being encased in ice for the third time. "Not quite," Midoriya replied, scribbling notes frantically. "Ben's holding back. Notice how he's only using freezing attacks, not his full intangibility potential. He could end this any time by phasing through Kaken's defenses and freezing him from inside his guard." "So why doesn't he?" Uraraka asked. Midoriya smiled slightly. "He's training Kaken. Making him work for it." The sparring match concluded when Aizawa arrived, immediately shutting down the unauthorized combat exercise. Despite his rebuke, the teacher seemed pleased with their initiative, merely assigning additional cooldown exercises rather than actual punishment. As they completed their cooldown stretches, Ben found himself approached by Bakugo, who looked uncharacteristically thoughtful beneath his perpetual scowl. "Your moth form," Bakugo said without preamble. "It could have won faster." "Probably," Ben admitted. "Why hold back?" The question came out as a demand. Ben considered his answer carefully. "Because winning isn't always the point. Sometimes it's about learning from the fight." Bakugo's eyes narrowed, but he seemed to accept this. "Next time, don't. I don't need your charity." "Wouldn't dream of it," Ben replied with a small smile. It wasn't friendship, exactly, but it was progress. Later that evening, Ben headed to the support department as planned. He found Hatsum surrounded by dismantled gadgets, welding goggles pushed up into her pink hair as she examined one of the drone components they'd recovered from the warehouse. "Ben! Perfect timing," she exclaimed, not looking up from her work. I've been reverse engineering these beautiful babies, and you won't believe what I found. Try me, Ben replied, having learned that Hatsam's enthusiasm was best channeled rather than contained. The quantum oscillation technology in these drones isn't just advanced, it's fundamentally different from our dimension's physics. She finally looked up, eyes wide with excitement. It's like they're designed to exist in multiple dimensional states simultaneously. That tracks with what we saw, Ben confirmed, showing her the detector she'd built him. It registered 3 smaller fluctuations since the warehouse. Nothing big enough to create a portal, but definitely activity. Hatsam grabbed the detector, immediately connecting it to her diagnostic equipment. Yes, yes. The pattern is evolving. It's like Rift is testing dimensional frequencies, looking for the right resonance. For the next breach, Ben concluded. Any progress on predicting exactly when and where? Better than that. Hatsam spun around, grabbing a new device from her workbench. I've created this beauty, the dimensional harmonic triangulator. It not only detects breaches but can potentially influence them. Ben examined the device, a sleek, handheld unit with multiple antennae and a holographic display. Influence them how, exactly? In theory, Hatsam emphasized, it could stabilize a forming breach, potentially keeping a portal open longer or even directing its destination coordinates. That was significant. So when Rift opens the next portal, we might be able to ensure it connects to your dimension, not wherever else they're trying to go. Hatsam finished triumphantly. Hatsam, you're a genius, Ben said sincerely. I know, she agreed without a hint of modesty. But there's a catch. The device needs to be within 5 meters of the breach to work effectively, and it requires enormous power. How enormous? She grimaced. More than I can legally requisition from the school. But. Her expression brightened immediately. I have a workaround. Before she could elaborate, the support studio door opened, revealing a tired-looking man in a spacesuit-like outfit with excavation equipment attached. Hatsam, it's almost 9 p.m. You know the rules about curfew in the support studios. Power loader sensei. I'm just finishing up with my interdimensional research. Hatsam protested. The interdimensional research that Principal Nezu specifically said needs supervision. Power loader countered, his tone making it clear this wasn't their first such conversation. I am supervising, Ben offered. Power loader gave him a flat look. You're the reason she's building these potentially catastrophic devices in the first place. Fair point. Pack it up, Hatsam. Continue tomorrow during authorized hours. Power loader's tone left no room for argument. With reluctance, Hatsam complied, though she managed to slip Ben a small data drive as they left. My workaround, she whispered. Check it when you're alone. Ben pocketed the drive, intrigued and slightly concerned by whatever unauthorized solution Hatsam had concocted. The girl was brilliant, but her enthusiasm sometimes outpaced safety considerations. As they walked back toward the dormitories, Ben's detector suddenly beeped, a small quantum fluctuation occurring somewhere nearby. He stopped, checking the coordinates. What is it? Hatsam asked, immediately alert. Energy spike. Small, but close. Ben studied the reading. The basement of the main building. The development studio basement. Hatsam's eyes widened. That's where they're holding the tech from Circuit's arrest. They exchanged a look, both reaching the same conclusion simultaneously. Without a word, they changed direction, heading toward the main UA building instead of the dorms. If we get caught, we'll both be in serious trouble, Ben warned as they approached the building. Worth it. Hatsam declared. Besides, we're just investigating suspicious readings. That's basically security work. Ben had used similar justifications often enough that he couldn't really argue. They entered the building using Hatsam's support department access card, navigating the darkened hallways with only emergency lighting to guide them. The detector led them to a secure storage area in the basement. The door required biometric authentication, beyond even Hatsum's access level. Now what? Ben whispered. Hatsum grinned, pulling a small device from her pocket. Good thing I've been working on my biometric borrower. You're going to hack UA security? Ben asked incredulously. That seems like a terrible idea. Not hacking, Hatsum corrected, attaching her device to the scanner. Just borrowing stored authentication data temporarily. Totally different legal classification. Ben was pretty sure that distinction wouldn't hold up if they were caught, but the detector was showing increasing quantum activity beyond the door. Something was happening with circuits technology. The door clicked open after 30 seconds of Hatsum's device working its questionable magic. They slipped inside, finding themselves in a high-security evidence room filled with confiscated villain technology. Circuit's exosuit was prominently displayed in a specialized containment unit at the center. And it was active, faint purple energy pulsing through its circuitry despite being disconnected from any power source. That's not possible, Hatsum whispered, approaching the case cautiously. It's completely isolated from any external power or signal. Ben's detector was going crazy, quantum readings spiking dramatically around the suit. It's responding to dimensional energy. Like it's being remotely activated. By Rift? Hatsum asked, already connecting diagnostic tools to the containment unit. That would be my guess. Ben activated the Omnitrix, ready to transform if necessary. Can you shut it down? Hatsum's fingers flew across her tablet. I'm trying, but it's operating on principles I don't fully understand. The energy signature is similar to what we saw in the warehouse, but more concentrated, more directed. The exosuit suddenly jerked, its helmet turning to face them despite no one being inside it. A voice emerged from its vocal systems, distorted but recognizable as circuits. Identity confirmed, Omnitrix bearer detected. Initiating remote acquisition protocol. That doesn't sound good, Ben muttered, stepping back. The containment unit's glass cracked as the suit pushed against it from inside. Alarms immediately began blaring throughout the facility. We should definitely not be here when security arrives, Ben decided, transforming into Upgrade, a black and green, amorphous technological alien with a single cyclopean eye. So cool! Hatsum exclaimed, momentarily distracted from the crisis by the new transformation. Stand back, Upgrade instructed, his voice mechanical and echoing. He stretched his liquid metal body toward the containment unit, making contact with the exosuit just as it broke free. Upgrade's natural ability to merge with and control technology should have given him immediate mastery over the suit. Instead, he encountered resistance, foreign code and alien technology fighting his influence. Something's wrong, Upgrade struggled, his form partially merged with the suit. This tech isn't just from this dimension, it's got components from multiple realities. That's why it can maintain quantum connections across dimensional barriers. Hatsum realized, scanning frantically. It's not just a suit, it's a dimensional anchor point. The merged form of Upgrade and the exosuit writhed as two technological entities battled for control. Purple energy crackled around them, creating localized dimensional distortions that warped the air itself. Can't maintain control. Upgrade managed through the struggle. Hatsum, the detector. Understanding immediately, Hatsum activated her dimensional detector's disruptive function, sending out a counter-signal that temporarily severed the quantum connection. The exosuit went limp, allowing Upgrade to fully assimilate it. Got it, Upgrade announced, the suit now covered in his black and green technological pattern. But not for long. Whatever was controlling it remotely is trying to re-establish connection. We need to get it out of here, Hatsum decided. UA security will be here any second, and we need time to analyze what just happened. Agreed, Upgrade replied. But where? Hatsum grinned. I know just the place. 10 minutes later, they were sequestered in an abandoned maintenance shed near the edge of campus. Hatsum had led them there through service tunnels, avoiding the security response teams now sweeping the main building. Upgrade had maintained control of the exosuit, carrying it to their new location before separating from it and reverting to Ben. The suit lay inert on a workbench, occasionally twitching as residual energy discharged. This is seriously advanced tech, Hatsum marveled, having disassembled portions of the suit. The quantum entanglement module alone is decades beyond anything in our dimension. Can you tell what triggered it? Ben asked, keeping the Omnitrix ready in case the suit reactivated. I think. Hatsum's expression turned serious, unusual for her normally exuberant demeanor. I think it was scanning for you. Or more specifically, for the Omnitrix. Like a dimensional tracker. Exactly. It's calibrated to detect the Omnitrix's unique energy signature. She pointed to a small component with alien markings. This isn't from our world. Or yours, I'm guessing. Ben examined the component. No, it's definitely not technology one recognize. Which means Rift has access to multiple dimensions, not just ours and yours. Hatsum sat back, the implications sinking in. They're a dimensional traveler, collecting technology from different realities. And they want the Omnitrix to enhance their capabilities even further, Ben concluded grimly. Great. Just what the multiverse needs, a dimension-hopping villain with a collection of the worst tech from every reality. Their conversation was interrupted by a notification on Hatsum's tablet. Oh. Campus is on high alert. They're searching for the missing exosuit. We need to return it, Ben decided. But not before we learn everything we can from it. Hatsum nodded, already documenting every component. I can replicate the quantum detection technology for our device. It'll make tracking the next breach much more precise. They worked through the night, Hatsum reverse engineering the suit's dimensional technology while Ben kept watch and provided insights from his own experiences with alien tech. By dawn, they had harvested the critical components and fabricated replacements that would fool a cursory inspection. Now for the hard part, Ben said as they prepared to return to the storage facility. Getting it back without getting caught. Leave that to me, Hatsum replied confidently. I have a plan. Her plan, it turned out, involved Ben transforming into Ghost Freak, a phantom-like alien capable of intangibility, to phase the suit back into the storage room while Hatsum created a diversion by, accidentally, setting off the fire suppression system in a nearby laboratory. Surprisingly, it worked. The exosuit was returned to its containment unit, with only Hatsum receiving a minor reprimand for her experimental mishap. Ben, meanwhile, returned to Heights Alliance just as the other students were waking up, none the wiser about his nighttime adventure. You look terrible, Midoriya commented as Ben joined them for breakfast, dark circles evident under his eyes. Long night, Ben replied truthfully. Was working on something with Hatsum. Bakugo snorted from across the table. Support course nerd probably had you testing some death trap. Something like that, Ben agreed, too tired to engage further. Ida frowned disapprovingly. You should be resting properly before the exhibition. It's only 2 days away. Ben had almost forgotten about the upcoming event, too focused on the dimensional breach schedule to follow it. Right. The exhibition. You don't seem very excited, Uraraka observed. Just distracted, Ben admitted. The next dimensional breach is coming soon. Might be my ticket home. A momentary silence fell over the table. Though Ben had only been at UA for a short time, he'd become an integrated part of their class dynamic. The reminder that his stay was temporary sobered the mood. We'll help you get home, Midoriya promised. But until then, you're part of Class 1A. That means giving your best at the exhibition too. Ben smiled despite his exhaustion. You're right. One challenge at a time. The next 2 days passed in a blur of preparation for the Shiketsu exhibition. Ben split his time between training with Class 1A and working with Hatsum on the enhanced dimensional detector, now upgraded with components from Circuit's suit. On the morning of the exhibition, the class gathered in their hero costumes, excited energy filling the preparation room. Ben, lacking an official costume, had been provided a modified UA training uniform with adaptable features to accommodate his transformations. Remember, Aizawa instructed as they prepared to enter the arena, this exhibition is about demonstrating your capabilities as future heroes, not just winning competitions. Shiketsu students train under a different philosophy than UA. Observe their techniques and adapt accordingly. The exhibition venue was impressive, a massive stadium typically used for professional hero competitions, now filled with spectators including pro heroes, agency representatives, and students from both schools. The UA and Shiketsu sections were clearly defined by school colors and banners. Class 1A entered to enthusiastic applause, taking their position opposite the Shiketsu students who stood in perfect formation, their distinctive hats and disciplined posture highlighting their school's military-inspired approach. Principal Nezu welcomed everyone via the announcement system, explaining the exhibition's 3 phases before introducing a special guest judge, the number 1 hero, Endeavor, who observed from a private box with characteristic intensity. First phase, Rescue Operations, announced Present Mike, serving as commentator. Teams will navigate a disaster zone, locating and extracting civilians while managing environmental hazards. Ben found himself teamed with Midoriya, Bakugo, and Yaoyorozu, a powerhouse group balanced between offense and support capabilities. They faced a Shiketsu team led by Inasa Yarashi, a wind quirk user whose boisterous personality seemed at odds with his school's disciplined image. UA's fighting spirit burns brightly. Inasa declared, bowing so deeply his head nearly hit the ground. I look forward to passionate competition. Is he for real? Ben whispered to Midoriya. Yarashi-kun is. Enthusiastic, Midoriya explained. But don't underestimate him. His wind quirk is incredibly powerful. The rescue scenario placed both teams in a simulated earthquake zone, a maze of collapsed buildings, unstable rubble, and precarious structures. Civilian dummies were hidden throughout, their locations unknown to the competitors. Start. Present Mike announced, and both teams sprang into action. Inasa immediately used his wind quirk to elevate himself for an aerial view, while his teammates dispersed strategically into the zone. The UA team needed a similar advantage. I'll transform and scout, Ben decided, activating the Omnitrix. In a flash of green light, he became Stinkfly, the insectoid alien with 4 wings and a tail capable of firing adhesive goo. The exchange student transforms. Present Mike announced excitedly. What a unique quirk. He's become some kind of bug man. Focus on civilian locations, not commentary, Bakugo snapped, using his explosions to launch himself to a higher vantage point. Stinkfly took to the air, his compound eyes perfectly suited for spotting hidden civilians among the rubble. Got 3 on the east side, 2 north, and 1 trapped under that water tower. Yaoyorozu quickly created tracking devices for everyone. Midoriya, take the northern section. Bakugo, the water tower requires controlled demolition. Ben and I will handle the eastern zone. They split up, implementing the plan with practiced efficiency. Stinkfly and Yaoyorozu reached the eastern zone to find a complex scenario, multiple civilians trapped in unstable structures that couldn't be approached directly without risking collapse. My goo can stabilize that support beam, Stinkfly suggested, spraying the adhesive substance to reinforce critical structures before they attempted extraction. Yaoyorozu created a series of pulleys and harnesses. Perfect. Once stabilized, we can extract without disturbing the load-bearing elements. Their teamwork proved effective, safely retrieving all 3 civilians while maintaining structural integrity. Midoriya and Bakugo were similarly successful in their zones, though Bakugo's extraction involved more controlled explosions than the judges might have preferred. The Shiketsu team, meanwhile, demonstrated remarkable coordination. Inasa's wind control created protective air cushions around unstable areas, allowing his teammates to work without fear of collapse. Their retrieval technique emphasized speed and precision. Time, announced Present Mike as the phase concluded. All civilians retrieved by both teams. The judges will evaluate based on efficiency, safety, and structural preservation. The teams returned to the staging area as the judges deliberated. Ben transformed back to human form, feeling the familiar post-transformation fatigue. Impressive adhesive capabilities, Yaoyorozu commented. The tensile strength must be remarkable. Stinkfly's goo can hold several tons, Ben confirmed. Comes in handy more often than you'd think. Your transformations are so versatile. Midoriya had his notebook out again. Each form has specialized abilities perfectly suited for different situations. Before Ben could respond, Inasa Yorashi approached their group, his expression intense beneath his Shiketsu hat. Magnificent teamwork, he boomed, bowing deeply again. Especially you, exchange student. Your transformation ability shows burning passion. Thanks. Ben replied, somewhat overwhelmed by Inasa's volume and enthusiasm. I heard you're from another country. Inasa continued. Your Japanese cultural integration shows respectable dedication. Ben exchanged glances with Midoriya, who shrugged helplessly. Something like that. The results were announced, a narrow victory for UA in the first phase, with special commendation for Yaoyorozu's resource management and Ben's structural reinforcement techniques. Phase 2, Quirk Demonstration. Present Mike announced. Each student will showcase their Quirk's capabilities through individual technical displays. This phase concerned Ben slightly. While his transformations were impressive, revealing too many of his alien forms might attract unwanted attention, especially with pro-heroes and potential villains watching. Tennyson, Aizawa approached during the preparation period. A word. They stepped aside from the rest of the class. For your demonstration, I recommend showing versatility rather than raw power, Aizawa advised. Many in the audience are already curious about your quirk after the rescue phase. I was thinking the same thing, Ben agreed. One transformation with multiple applications might be better than multiple transformations. Aizawa nodded. Choose wisely. Remember that this exhibition is being broadcast. That was another concern, media coverage. The more public exposure Ben received, the more likely Rift or other interested parties would take notice. When Ben's turn for demonstration came, he had decided on his approach. He activated the Omnitrix and transformed into Echo, the small, silicon-based alien capable of self-duplication and sonic attacks. Echo, the diminutive alien announced in his mechanical, reverberating voice. A small form this time. Present Mike commented. What capabilities does this transformation hold? Echo immediately demonstrated by creating 5 duplicates, each identical and capable of independent action. The duplicates arranged themselves in formation around the demonstration area. Sound is vibration, Echo explained, his synthesized voice carrying across the stadium. Vibration is power. The duplicates began emitting precisely controlled sonic waves at varying frequencies. One shattered a glass target, another solidified sand into glass, a third created a sonic force field, while others demonstrated propulsion and levitation through directed sound waves. Incredible control. Present Mike enthused. Using sound itself as a multifunctional tool. For the finale, the Echo duplicates merged back into a single form, who then unleashed a concentrated sonic blast that carved a perfect UA logo into a metal target plate, precision and power in perfect balance. The audience erupted in applause as Echo reverted to Ben. He noticed several pro-heroes taking particular interest, whispering among themselves. Even Endeavor had leaned forward in his observation booth, his fiery beard illuminating his intense expression. Most impressive, Tennyson-kun. Inasa declared as Ben returned to the waiting area. Your quirk's versatility shows passionate adaptability. Thanks, Ben replied, still finding Inasa's enthusiasm exhausting. Your wind demonstration was pretty impressive too. The quirk demonstrations continued, with each student showcasing their abilities. Midoriya demonstrated controlled application of One for All, Bakugo executed precision explosion patterns, and Todoroki created intricate ice and fire sculptures simultaneously. The Shiketsu students were equally impressive, their quirks refined through rigorous training and discipline. By the end of the second phase, both schools were tied in overall evaluation points. Final phase, Team Battle Simulation. Present Mic announced after a short break. Hero teams must capture the opposing team's flag while defending their own. Quirk use is unrestricted within safety parameters. This was the phase most students had been looking forward to, open combat application of their abilities in a strategic context. The teams were reshuffled, with Ben now grouped with Todoroki, Uraraka, and Tsuyu Azui against a Shiketsu team featuring Inasa and 3 of their strongest students. They have aerial advantage with Yarashi's wind, Todoroki analyzed as they planned their strategy. And containment capability with Shishikura's meatball quirk. I can counter the aerial advantage, Ben suggested, considering his options. Several of my transformations can fly or manipulate the environment. Rib bit. We should divide responsibilities, Tsuyu suggested, her large eyes blinking thoughtfully. Attack team and defense team. Agreed, Todoroki nodded. Uraraka and I will defend our flag. Ben and Azui will infiltrate for the enemy flag. I can make Azui-chan weightless, Uraraka added. Combined with her jumping ability, she could cross the battlefield quickly if Ben creates a diversion. It was a solid plan, playing to each of their strengths. As they took their positions in the battle arena, a complex urban environment with 2 flag stations at opposite ends, Ben selected his transformation carefully. Hero teams, ready. Present Mic called out. Begin. Ben slammed down the Omnitrix core, transforming into Heat Blast, a magma-based alien composed of living flame with incredible pyrokinetic abilities. Heat Blast. Whoa. Talk about a hot transformation. Present Mic commented. This exchange student continues to surprise. Heat Blast immediately created a massive fire display in the center of the arena, drawing attention while Tsuyu, made weightless by Uraraka's quirk, bounded toward the enemy flag using an indirect route. Meanwhile, Todoroki created ice barriers around their own flag, which Uraraka touched to make them weightless and therefore more difficult to move or break. The Shiketsu team responded quickly. Inasa created wind barriers to contain Heat Blast's flames while sending 2 teammates to defend their flag. The 4th member, Shishikura with his meatball quirk, headed toward the UA flag. Too predictable. Heat Blast called out, suddenly changing tactics. Instead of fighting the wind barriers, he used them, superheating the air inside to create a massive thermal updraft. The resulting fire tornado broke through Inasa's wind control, creating momentary chaos. Using the distraction, Heat Blast formed a fireball beneath his feet, launching himself into the air like a rocket. He soared over the battlefield, raining controlled fire blasts to create obstacles for the Shiketsu offensive team. The exchange student takes to the sky. Present Mic announced excitedly. What a strategic application of his fire quirk. From his aerial vantage point, Heat Blast spotted Tsuyu approaching the Shiketsu flag, still undetected thanks to the diversions. He needed to keep attention focused elsewhere for just a bit longer. Creating a fire clone, a technique he developed but rarely needed to use, Heat Blast sent the flaming decoy toward the Shiketsu defenders while he circled around to provide backup for Tsuyu if needed. The battle intensified as Inasa realized their strategy. His wind quirk redoubled, creating mini tornadoes throughout the arena to disrupt both the fire clone and Tsuyu's approach. Meanwhile, Shishikura had reached the UA flag, engaging Todoroki and Uraraka in close combat. Tsuyu, now! Heat Blast called out, seeing an opening as the Shiketsu defenders focused on his clone. The frog-like student leaped the final distance, her tongue extending to grab the Shiketsu flag. Just as her fingers grazed the pole, a wind blast from Inasa threw her off course. I admire your strategy. Inasa shouted from across the battlefield. But my passionate defense won't yield. Heat Blast needed to neutralize Inasa's wind advantage. Drawing on his experience fighting weather-controlling enemies, he rapidly increased the ambient temperature around himself, creating a massive heat differential that disrupted air currents. The localized weather manipulation temporarily nullified Inasa's wind control in the critical area. "What's happening to my wind?" Inasa exclaimed, genuinely surprised. "Basic thermodynamics." Heat Blast replied, creating a path of stable air for Tsuyu. "Your move, Frog Girl." Tsuyu seized the opportunity, somersaulting through the stable air corridor to snatch the flag. "Got it, Rib Bit." Shiketsu flag captured. Present Mike announced. "But wait, what's happening at the UA flag?" Heat Blast spun around to see Shishikura had transformed Uraraka into a meatball, while Todoroki was contending with both the remaining Shiketsu students. The UA flag stood momentarily unguarded. "Hang on." Heat Blast called to Tsuyu, creating another fire platform. "Grab on." Tsuyu leapt onto the platform, clutching both her captured flag and Heat Blast as they rocketed back toward their base. They arrived just as a Shiketsu student reached for the UA flag, Heat Blast creating a fire barrier that forced them to retreat. "Time." Present Mike called. UA captures the Shiketsu flag. Victory to UA. The audience erupted in cheers as the battle simulation concluded. Heat Blast reverted to Ben, the transformation timing out from the extended power usage. Tsuyu handed him the captured flag, her expression as impassive as ever despite their victory. "Good teamwork, Rib Bit," she said simply. "You too," Ben replied, impressed by her calm under pressure. The Shiketsu team approached for the customary post-match handshakes, Inasa leading with his characteristic enthusiasm. "Magnificent battle." He boomed, shaking Ben's hand with enough force to nearly dislocate his shoulder. "Your weather manipulation technique was inspiringly passionate." "Thanks," Ben managed, extracting his hand before permanent damage occurred. "Your wind quirk is seriously powerful." As the teams mingled, exchanging compliments and observations, Ben noticed something unusual at the edge of the stadium. His dimensional detector, strapped to his wrist beneath his uniform, was vibrating subtly, a minor quantum fluctuation occurring nearby. Excusing himself from the group, Ben moved toward the source, scanning the crowd. Near an exit tunnel, he spotted a familiar figure, Circuit, somehow free from custody, watching the exhibition from the shadows. "Impossible," Ben muttered. The villain had been securely imprisoned after their previous encounter. How had he escaped? Ben started making his way toward the tunnel, only to be intercepted by Aizawa. "Where are you going, Tennyson?" "The closing ceremony begins in 5 minutes. "I just spotted Circuit," Ben explained quickly. "He's here, watching the exhibition." Aizawa's expression sharpened. "Circuit is in police custody. I confirmed this morning." "Then who did I just see?" Ben countered, pointing toward the tunnel. They both looked, but the figure was gone. Ben's detector had stopped vibrating as well, the quantum fluctuation dissipated. "After the ceremony, report to Principal Nezu," Aizawa instructed. "If there's villain activity connected to your situation, we need to address it immediately." Ben nodded, rejoining his classmates for the closing ceremony while keeping alert for any further signs of circuit or dimensional activity. The exhibition concluded with UA narrowly winning overall, though both schools were commended for their impressive displays. As the students began clearing the arena, Ben felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find a Shiketsu student he didn't recognize, average height, unremarkable features, wearing the standard uniform. "Tennyson-san," the student said politely. "A moment of your time?" "Sure," Ben replied, though something felt off about the interaction. "What's up?" "Your transformation quirk," the student continued, voice oddly flat. "It's quite remarkable. Especially that device you use to activate it." Ben's guard immediately went up. Few had noticed that his transformations originated from the Omnitrix rather than being an innate quirk. He subtly activated the device, ready to transform if necessary. Who are you really? He asked quietly. The student smiled, an empty, artificial expression. A messenger. My employer is quite interested in acquiring your technology. The price is quite generous, your safe passage home. Rift, Ben realized. You're working for Rift. Smart boy, the student's voice changed, becoming more mechanical. The offer stands. The Omnitrix for your ticket home. The next breach occurs in precisely 18 hours. Southwest Harbor District. Warehouse 37. Before Ben could respond, the student's eyes rolled back, body going limp before collapsing. Ben caught them before they hit the ground, calling for help. Medical staff rushed over, examining the collapsed student who now seemed genuinely unconscious and confused upon awakening. What happened? The student asked, disoriented. I was watching the ceremony, then, nothing. Technological possession, recovery girl diagnosed after a preliminary examination. Some kind of remote neural override. I've seen similar cases with certain mind control quirks, but this is more sophisticated. Circuit's technopathy, Ben suggested to Aizawa, who had arrived with the medical team. He can remotely control technology. Maybe he's found a way to extend it to people. Or Rift has provided him with enhanced capabilities, Aizawa agreed grimly. Either way, we have a serious security breach. And now a timetable. Ben nodded. 18 hours. Southwest Harbor. Warehouse 37. A trap, obviously, Aizawa noted. Obviously, Ben agreed. But also my best chance to get home. They reported the incident to Principal Nezu, who immediately convened an emergency meeting with select UA staff and pro-heroes. The meeting room was secured with both technological and quirk-based protections to prevent surveillance. The situation has escalated, Nezu began once everyone was seated. What began as an interdimensional accident has become a targeted operation by villains with unknown but clearly significant capabilities. All Might, in his deflated form, leaned forward. Do we believe this Rift truly has the ability to send young Tennyson home? The technology we've examined suggests yes, power loader confirmed. The components recovered from Circuit's exosuit indicate advanced dimensional manipulation capabilities. Which means the offer might be legitimate, Ben added. Trade the Omnitrix for a portal home. Out of the question, Aizawa stated firmly. Even if we could trust this villain to keep their word, allowing them to acquire your device would be irresponsible given what we know of its capabilities. I wasn't suggesting taking the deal, Ben clarified. Just acknowledging that the technical capability probably exists. Nezu nodded thoughtfully. This gives us both challenge and opportunity. We know when and where the next dimensional breach will occur. We can prepare accordingly. A containment operation, suggested Vlad King, the Class 1B homeroom teacher. Surround the warehouse with pro-heroes, capture Rift and Circuit when they arrive. Too obvious, Aizawa countered. They'd detect such a large quirk presence and abort. What about a small infiltration team? All Might suggested. Young Tennyson, myself, and perhaps 1 or 2 students with complementary abilities. Students? Vlad King looked skeptical. This is far too dangerous for most students, yes, All Might agreed. But Class 1A has demonstrated exceptional capability, particularly those who've already encountered these villains. Ben considered the options. Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki. They've seen Rift in action and have quirks versatile enough to adapt to whatever happens. 3 students, plus Ben, myself, and Aizawa, All Might summarized. Small enough to avoid detection, diverse enough in capabilities to handle multiple scenarios. Nezu contemplated the proposal. It's risky, but controlled risk is sometimes necessary. However, he added, looking directly at Ben, your safe return home is a priority, should the opportunity arise. Meaning if I can get through a portal safely, take it? Ben clarified. Precisely, Nezu confirmed. While we would certainly miss your contributions, returning you to your proper dimension takes precedence over capturing these villains. The meeting continued, developing contingencies and communication protocols. Hatsum was brought in to provide technical support, practically vibrating with excitement at being included in a real interdimensional mission. By the time they adjourned, a comprehensive plan had been established. As Ben left the meeting, he found Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki waiting outside, having been summoned but not yet briefed. "What's going on?" Midoriya asked, concern evident in his expression. "Is this about what happened with that Shiketsu student?" "Among other things," Ben confirmed. "How do you guys feel about another unauthorized field trip?" The harbor district was eerily quiet as night fell. Warehouse 37 stood apart from the others, seemingly abandoned years ago according to their reconnaissance. Ben, Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki approached cautiously, while Aizawa and All Might maintained positions on adjacent rooftops. "Detectors going crazy," Ben whispered, checking Hatsum's device. "Dimensional energy is definitely building up inside." Midoriya nodded, activating one for all at low intensity, green lightning crackling subtly around him. "Remember the plan. We observe first, intervene only if necessary. Unless they try to steal the Omnitrix," Bakugo added, palms smoking lightly in anticipation. "Then we blow them to hell." "Controlled intervention," Todoroki corrected, his right side frosting slightly. "We need information as much as confrontation." They reached a side entrance, finding it unlocked. Ben transformed into Big Chill, his moth-like alien form capable of intangibility and invisibility, perfect for reconnaissance. "I'll scout ahead," Big Chill whispered, his spectral voice barely audible. "Wait for my signal." He phased through the wall, becoming invisible once inside. The warehouse interior had been transformed from an empty storage space into a high-tech laboratory centered around a massive device, clearly the dimensional portal generator they had glimpsed at their previous encounter. Circuit was there, working on the machine's control panel with an intensity that suggested complete absorption in his task. He was no longer wearing his exosuit, instead dressed in technical overalls covered with tools and electronic components. More concerning was the presence of Rift, standing before the inactive portal frame. The armored villain's mask was removed, revealing a middle-aged man with scarred features and cybernetic implants integrated into his skull. He appeared to be meditating, hands raised toward the portal frame as purple energy flowed between them. Big Chill observed for several minutes, gathering intelligence before returning to his teammates outside. 2 targets confirmed, he reported after reverting to Ben. Circuits building the portal device, Rifts doing some kind of energy work. No other personnel visible, but they might have automated defenses. "What's the portal status?" Midoriya asked. "Not active yet, but close. The framework is complete." They relayed this information to Aizawa and All Might via their secure communicators. The plan was to wait until the portal activated, both to confirm its destination and to ensure they understood its operation before intervening. "We move on my signal," Aizawa instructed through the comm, "maintain position until then." 20 minutes passed as they watched the warehouse, tension building. Suddenly, Ben's detector went haywire, quantum reading spiking dramatically. "It's happening," he alerted the others. "Portals activating." Inside the warehouse, light blazed from windows as the dimensional gateway powered up. Even from outside, they could feel the air pressure changing, reality itself seeming to warp around the building. "Move in," Aizawa commanded. Cautious approach, standard formation. They entered through multiple access points, Bakugo and Todoroki through side doors, Midoriya from above, and Ben, now transformed into Diamond Head, through the main entrance. All Might and Aizawa would follow once the initial situation was assessed. The scene inside had evolved dramatically. The portal was active, a swirling vortex of purple and blue energy filling the metal frame. Circuit stood at the controls, making final adjustments, while Rift faced the portal, arms outstretched. "Calibration complete," Circuit announced, his voice echoing metallically. Dimensional coordinates locked. Bellwood, Earth, 10, present timeline. Ben's heart leaped. Bellwood, his home. The portal really did lead to his dimension. Excellent, Rift replied, lowering his arms. Begin final sequence. Our guest should be arriving momentarily. Actually, Diamondhead called out, stepping forward, your guest is already here. Rift turned, seemingly unsurprised. Right on schedule, Mr. Tennyson. I appreciate punctuality. Circuit spun around, reaching for a weapon, but froze when Bakugo appeared at his flank, explosions crackling in his palms. Try it, tech freak. Give me a reason. Todoroki and Midoriya emerged from their positions, effectively surrounding the villains. The portal continued to swirl behind them, stability fluctuating slightly. 6 against 2, Diamondhead noted. Not great odds for you. Rift laughed, the sound distorted by his cybernetic implants. Numbers mean little across dimensions, boy. He gestured to the portal. As promised, your way home. The Omnitrix in exchange for safe passage. Yeah, about that, Diamondhead replied. Counteroffer, you surrender, we take control of your portal technology, and nobody gets hurt. Such bravado, Rift shook his head. Did you think I wouldn't anticipate your rejection? That I wouldn't prepare accordingly? He pressed a control on his gauntlet. Instantly, the warehouse was filled with a high-pitched sound that forced Diamondhead to his knees, the crystalline structure of his body resonating painfully. Sonic disruption, Rift explained as the heroes faltered. Calibrated specifically for Petrosapien physiology. One of many countermeasures I've prepared for each of your transformations, Mr. Tennyson. Aizawa and All Might burst in, responding to the obvious distress of their team. All Might, in his powered-up form, charged directly at Rift, only to be repelled by a dimensional energy barrier. The great All Might, Rift observed casually. Your power is impressive, but ultimately limited to a single dimension's physics. Circuit used the distraction to activate secondary systems throughout the warehouse. Automated turrets emerged from hidden compartments, targeting the heroes with energy weapons. Last chance, Tennyson, Rift called over the sonic disruption. The Omnitrix for your ticket home. Decide now, or the portal closes in 60 seconds. Diamondhead struggled against the sonic attack, reaching for the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. In a flash of green light, he transformed into Chromastone, a crystalline alien of different composition, immune to the sonic disruption. I'm not giving you the Omnitrix, Chromastone declared, absorbing energy blasts from the turrets and redirecting them at Circuit's control panel. But I am going home. The redirected energy damaged the controls, causing the portal to fluctuate wildly. Alarms blared as Circuit scrambled to stabilize the system. Critical containment failure. Circuit shouted. The dimensional barriers are collapsing. You fool. Rift turned on Ben. Without proper closure, the portal will create a cascading dimensional fracture. The portal began pulsing erratically, expanding beyond its frame. Reality itself seemed to warp around it, objects near the perimeter stretching and distorting. We need to shut it down. Midoriya called out, fighting through the automated defenses. No. Ben replied. We need to stabilize it. Hatsum's device. He activated the dimensional harmonic triangulator they'd created, aiming it at the portal. The device connected with the quantum fluctuations, temporarily reinforcing the dimensional barriers. Everyone, fall back. Aizawa ordered, using his capture weapon to extract Bakugo from a collapsing section of the warehouse. Rift observed the chaos with surprising calm. Impressive adaptation, Tennyson. Perhaps I underestimated you. He began backing toward the portal. But this is merely a setback, not a defeat. You're not going anywhere. All Might declared, launching himself at Rift once more. This time, the dimensional barrier failed to repel him completely, though it slowed his attack enough for Rift to sidestep. The villain grabbed Circuit by the collar, dragging him toward the portal. "Our work here is concluded," Rift announced. "Until our next encounter, Mr. Tennyson." Before anyone could intercept them, Rift and Circuit leapt into the portal. The moment they passed through, the dimensional gateway began collapsing more rapidly. "It's becoming unstable," Ben shouted, chromostone's form struggling to contain the dimensional energy now radiating outward. "I can absorb some of it, but not all." Young Tennyson, All Might called, retreating with the others toward the exit. "This is your chance. The portal still leads to your dimension." Ben hesitated, looking between the portal, his way home, and his new friends now in danger from the collapsing warehouse. "We'll be fine," Midoriya insisted, understanding his conflict. "Go." Making his decision, Ben transformed again, this time into Feedback, an alien capable of energy manipulation. He began absorbing the wild dimensional energy, channeling it back into the portal to stabilize it temporarily. "Everybody out," he ordered. "I'll redirect the dimensional collapse into the portal itself." "That could kill you," Aizawa objected. "Trust me," Feedback grinned. "I've survived worse." As the UA heroes evacuated, Feedback positioned himself between the portal and the warehouse, becoming a living conduit for the dimensional energy. Using Hatsum's device in conjunction with his own abilities, he created a feedback loop, true to his name, that channeled the collapsing energy back into the portal. The warehouse groaned and twisted as reality warped around them. Feedback maintained his position, slowly walking backward toward the portal while sustaining the energy loop. He could see Bellwood through the dimensional gateway, his hometown, just steps away. Just as he reached the portal's edge, a final surge of energy broke his control. The dimensional gateway contracted violently, destabilizing completely. Feedback had milliseconds to decide, jump through immediately with no guarantee of stability, or abort and be stranded. He chose safety, leaping away from the portal just as it collapsed in on itself. The implosion created a shockwave that blasted through the warehouse, sending Feedback crashing through the wall to the outside where the others waited. In a flash of red light, he reverted to Ben, bruised and exhausted but alive. The warehouse itself seemed to fold inward, compressed by dimensional forces before settling back into normal space, empty now, the portal and all evidence of the villain's technology gone. "Ben!" Midoriya was the first to reach him. "Are you alright?" Ben sat up slowly, staring at the warehouse ruins. "Yeah. Just, disappointed." All Might approached, back in his deflated form after the exertion. "You had your chance to return home. Why didn't you take it?" "Couldn't risk the dimensional collapse following me through," Ben explained. "It could have damaged both realities. Besides," he managed a small smile, "heroes don't abandon people in danger." "A most heroic decision," Aizawa acknowledged, his typically stoic expression softened slightly. "Though now we have two villains who've escaped to another dimension with advanced technology." "My dimension," Ben corrected. "Where I have allies who can help deal with them." He checked the Omnitrix and Hatsum's device, both intact despite the battle. "And we captured enough data on their portal technology to potentially recreate it under controlled conditions." "So what now?" Bakugo asked, uncharacteristically subdued after witnessing the dimensional collapse. Ben looked at the destroyed warehouse, then back to his temporary teammates. "Now we rebuild." Rift said this was merely a setback. "That means he'll try again. Next time, I plan to be ready." As emergency services arrived to secure the area, Ben contemplated his situation. He'd missed his chance to return home, but gained valuable intelligence and proven allies. Rift and Circuit might have escaped, but they'd revealed weaknesses and limitations in their approach. Most importantly, Ben now knew with certainty that a pathway home existed. It was just a matter of time, preparation, and the right opportunity. Until then, he had a temporary home at UA, with classmates who were rapidly becoming friends. As they returned to campus, exhausted but successful in preventing catastrophic dimensional damage, Ben found himself smiling despite everything. Being stranded in a dimension of regulated heroics wasn't ideal, but it was certainly never boring. "Hey," Midoriya said as they approached Heights Alliance. "For what it's worth, I'm glad you stayed. We'll find another way to get you home." "I know," Ben replied confidently. "After all, it's hero time." Chapter 3, Worlds Collide. 3 weeks after the warehouse implosion, Ben sat cross-legged on UA's rooftop, watching the sunset paint Muzutafu in shades of amber and gold. The city had a different skyline from Bellwood, more densely packed, with architectural quirks reflecting the superhuman society that built it, but sunsets were sunsets in any dimension. "Thought I'd find you up here," Midoriya said, emerging from the stairwell with 2 steaming cups. Yaoyorozu made tea. "Thanks," Ben accepted the cup, inhaling the unfamiliar but pleasant aroma. "Just thinking." Midoriya settled beside him, observing the cityscape. "About home?" "Among other things." Ben took a sip, surprised by the complex flavor. "This is good. She imports it from some exclusive plantation. One of the perks of having Yaoyorozu around." Midoriya smiled, then grew more serious. "Any progress with Hatsum?" Ben shook his head. "The data we collected from the portal collapse gave her plenty to work with, but creating a stable dimensional gateway from scratch? That's beyond even her manic genius." "She'll figure it out," Midoriya said with characteristic optimism. "If anyone can, it's Hatsum-san." The past 3 weeks had settled into an odd rhythm. By day, Ben attended classes at UA, training with Class 1A and continuing his cultural crash course in this world's approach to heroics. Evenings and weekends were split between support department sessions with Hatsum and patrolling with various pro-heroes who'd expressed interest in his unique abilities after the Shiketsu exhibition. No further dimensional breaches had occurred since the harbor incident. Ben's detector occasionally registered minor quantum fluctuations, but nothing substantial enough to indicate Rift's return. The quiet was both relieving and unnerving, like the calm before a storm. "How's the hero study group going?" Ben asked, changing subjects. Midoriya brightened instantly. "Great. We're analyzing footage from the Shiketsu exhibition. Your transformations gave us tons to discuss. Especially that weather manipulation technique with heat blast. Kaken's been trying to recreate the thermal disruption effect with his explosions. Has he blown anything up yet?" "Just one training dummy and part of the common room wall," Midoriya admitted. "But he's making progress." Ben laughed, finding it easier each day to appreciate the earnest enthusiasm these hero students brought to their training. Back home, he'd sometimes felt isolated by his hero work. Even Gwen and Kevin, while supportive, didn't share his singular focus on heroics. Here, he was surrounded by peers who understood the drive to protect and serve. "You should join us tonight," Midoriya suggested. "Everyone's gathering to analyze the new top 10 hero Billboard chart rankings. Plus, Sato's baking." "Sounds better than another night of Hatsum blowing up prototype portal generators," Ben agreed. "Though she swears the next one will only cause a minor reality fluctuation instead of a catastrophic dimensional collapse." Midoriya winced. "Maybe suggest some additional safety protocols." "Already did. Power Loader banned her from testing anything without him present after the last explosion turned the support lab temporarily two-dimensional." They finished their tea as the last rays of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon. As they stood to head back inside, Ben's detector suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent beep, stronger than any reading since the harbor. "That doesn't sound good," Midoriya observed as Ben checked the device. The display showed erratic quantum fluctuations centered approximately 3 kilometers away, downtown Muzutafu. "Dimensional activity," Ben confirmed, already activating the Omnitrix. "Strong enough to register, but not a full breach." "I'll alert Mr. Aizawa." Midoriya pulled out his phone. "No time," Ben replied, transforming into XLR-8 in a flash of green light. I need to check this before it disappears. Tell everyone I'll be back soon. Before Midoriya could protest, XLR-8 had vanished, his extraordinary speed carrying him off the rooftop and down the building's exterior in a blur of motion. The velociraptor-like alien navigated through traffic and pedestrians with practiced precision, barely visible to the human eye as he raced toward the quantum disturbance. The detector led him to a commercial district bustling with evening shoppers. XLR-8 slowed just enough to avoid creating a disruptive wake, scanning storefronts and alleyways for anything unusual. The reading centered on a technology shop specializing in cutting-edge support items for heroes and civilians alike. XLR-8 came to a stop in a secluded alley, reverting to Ben before approaching the store. Through the windows, he could see nothing immediately suspicious, just customers browsing displays of gadgets while clerks demonstrated various devices. Then he spotted it, a customer in the back corner examining component parts with unusual intensity. Though dressed in civilian clothes, Ben recognized Circuit's distinctive mannerisms and the subtle metallic glint where cybernetic implants met his hairline. "Got you," Ben muttered, moving to enter the shop. Before he reached the door, his detector beeped again, a different pattern this time, indicating another quantum signature. This one was moving rapidly away from the shop, heading west. Ben hesitated, torn between confronting Circuit and investigating the second signature. Deciding that Circuit was unlikely to attempt anything in such a public location, he activated the Omnitrix again, transforming into Jetray, the manta-ray-like alien capable of incredible aerial speed. "Hero time," Jetray announced, launching himself skyward to pursue the moving signature. From above, the city grid spread out below him like a luminous circuit board. The quantum signature led him toward an industrial zone similar to where they'd first encountered Rift. Jetray accelerated, neuroshock beams at the ready as he approached the location. The signature led to an abandoned manufacturing facility with faded signage indicating it once produced specialized alloys. Jetray landed on the roof, scanning for entry points and signs of activity. The building appeared deserted, but faint light flickered through dirty skylights. Transforming into Ghost Freak, a phantom-like alien capable of invisibility and intangibility, Ben phased through the roof for closer reconnaissance. The spectral alien drifted silently through the darkened upper levels of the facility, following the quantum readings toward the main production floor. What he found stopped him cold. The vast space had been converted into a laboratory that dwarfed the warehouse setup. Dozens of workstations arranged in concentric circles surrounded a central platform where a familiar portal frame stood, larger and more elaborate than before. Technicians in unmarked uniforms worked methodically at each station, monitoring equipment or assembling components. And supervising it all from a raised platform was Rift, still wearing his dimensional tech suit, though modified since their last encounter. Beside him stood a figure Ben didn't recognize, a tall woman with pale blue skin and 6 arms, each operating different holographic interfaces simultaneously. Quantum alignment at 73%, the multi-armed woman reported, her voice carrying a melodic reverb. Harmonic stabilizers responding within parameters. Accelerate the calibration sequence, Rift instructed. The window approaches more rapidly than anticipated. Ghost Freak drifted closer, maintaining invisibility as he eavesdropped. The Omnitrix bearer's interference damaged the primary oscillator, the woman replied, for arms continuing to work while two gestured in frustration. Without replacement components from Dimension X-19, we're limited to current resources. Then Circuit's mission becomes even more critical. Rift activated a holographic display showing a map of Muzutafu with multiple locations highlighted. The components he's gathering will allow us to compensate. Ghost Freak had heard enough. This operation was far larger than they'd anticipated, organized, well-staffed, with technology beyond even what they'd seen before. He needed to report back to UA immediately. Just as he began retreating toward the ceiling, an alarm suddenly blared. Red lights flashed throughout the facility as a mechanical voice announced, "Ectoplasmic entity detected. Security protocols engaged." Ectoneurite. Rift shouted, activating controls on his gauntlet. Perimeter lockdown. Spectral containment fields. The building's exit sealed instantly as purple energy barriers materialized across all possible escape routes, including the ceiling. Ghost Freak attempted to phase through one, only to be painfully repelled. Anti-ectoplasmic barriers, the blue woman observed clinically. He cannot escape. Show yourself, Tennyson. Rift called out, scanning the room. Your Ghost Freak form has distinctive quantum resonance. We can track you even when invisible. Realizing stealth was no longer an option, Ghost Freak materialized, floating defiantly above the central platform. Impressive security system, he acknowledged, his spectral voice echoing through the facility. You came prepared this time. I prepare for all contingencies, Rift replied coolly. Especially after our last encounter. Though I must admit, I didn't expect you to find us quite so soon. What can I say? I'm good at what I do. Ghost Freak circled slowly, assessing potential weaknesses in the containment field. Speaking of which, what exactly are you doing? This setup goes way beyond just opening a portal to steal the Omnitrix. Rift seemed to consider something before responding. Perhaps it's time for some transparency, Mr. Tennyson. After all, we're pursuing similar goals, returning to our proper dimensions. Except I don't kidnap people across realities or steal their technology, Ghost Freak countered. Perspectus matters, Rift gestured to his blue companion. This is Hex 0, my dimensional navigation specialist. She, like many of my associates, was stranded in a hostile dimension before I rescued her. The blue woman inclined her head slightly but continued working. You rescue dimension hoppers? Ghost Freak's tone conveyed skepticism. How altruistic. Not altruism. Necessity. Rift stepped forward, activating a holographic display that filled the center of the room. It showed a vast, swirling map of interconnected realities, a dimensional multiverse. What do you know of dimensional collapse theory, Mr. Tennyson? Enough to know when someone's stalling, Ghost Freak replied, though the display intrigued him. He recognized some of the connected realities from his own interdimensional experiences. Rift continued regardless. The multiverse is destabilizing. Barriers between dimensions are weakening due to unauthorized and unregulated breaches. Each crossing creates microfractures in the walls between realities. And you're helping by creating more breaches? Ghost Freak's skepticism deepened. Controlled, stabilized breaches, Rift corrected. The Omnitrix contains unique quantum stabilization technology. With it, I can create a dimensional nexus, a controlled network of portals that would actually strengthen dimensional barriers rather than weaken them. Ghost Freak paused, considering this unexpected explanation. If that's true, why not just explain this from the beginning? Why the attacks, the secrecy? Would you have believed me? Rift challenged. Would you have voluntarily surrendered the Omnitrix to a stranger with an implausible story? Before Ghost Freak could respond, the facility's communication system activated. Perimeter breach detected, an automated voice announced. Multiple Quirk signatures approaching. Your friends have found us, Rift observed, unsurprised. Sooner than expected, but not unanticipated. Outside, explosions and the distinctive sound of ice formation indicated Bakugo and Todoroki had arrived, likely with reinforcements. The UA response had been faster than Ben expected. Midoriya must have alerted them immediately. Ghost Freak saw his opportunity. While Rift's attention was divided, he slapped the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, transforming in a flash of green light into feedback, the plug-headed alien capable of energy manipulation. I think I'll take my chances with my friends, feedback announced, immediately absorbing energy from the nearest containment field generator. The barrier flickered and failed as feedback channeled the energy into a powerful blast aimed at the facility's main power distribution panel. The resulting surge created a cascading system failure, deactivating most of the security measures. Containment failure. Hex 0 announced, all 6 arms working frantically to reroute systems. Primary and secondary barriers offline. Initiate emergency transition. Rift ordered, activating controls on his gauntlet. All personnel to evacuation points. The technicians abandoned their stations, retreating through pre-designated routes as the facility began powering down. The central portal frame sparked with uncontrolled energy as its stabilizers failed. The wall nearest feedback exploded inward as Bakugo blasted his way inside, followed closely by Todoroki, Midoriya, and Kirishima. They had arrived in their hero costumes, ready for battle. "Took you guys long enough," feedback called out, continuing to disrupt systems with targeted energy blasts. "You're welcome for the rescue, Dimension Boy." Bakugo shouted back, launching explosions at approaching security drones. Midoriya quickly assessed the situation. "We need to secure the portal technology." Todoroki, Kirishima, left flank. Kaken, provide cover. They moved with practiced coordination, far more disciplined than the last time they'd faced Rift. Clearly, UA's training had continued to hone their teamwork. Rift observed their approach with surprising calm. "Impressive. Your hero school teaches effective tactical response." He turned to Hex 0. "Is the emergency beacon active?" "Signal transmitted," she confirmed. "Retrieval in progress." "Excellent." Rift faced the advancing heroes. "Until next time, Mr. Tennyson. Our conversation isn't finished, merely postponed." Before anyone could reach him, a localized dimensional pocket opened behind Rift and Hex 0, not a full portal, but a temporary extraction point. They stepped backward into the shimmering distortion, which sealed instantly after them. "They're getting away," Kirishima shouted, hardening his body and charging toward where the pocket had been. "Wait!" Feedback called out, but too late. Kirishima struck the space where the pocket had closed, triggering a quantum backlash. The residual energy erupted outward, sending him flying backward as the destabilization spread to the central portal frame. The massive structure began to overload, dimensional energy arcing uncontrollably between components. "Everyone out!" Feedback shouted, rushing to the destabilizing portal. "This whole place is going critical." "What about the tech?" Todoroki asked, already creating ice barriers to contain the energy surges. "No time." Feedback placed his hands on the primary power coupling, attempting to drain the excess energy. "This isn't like last time, it's going to be a much bigger boom." Midoriya helped Kirishima to his feet. "Kaken, Todoroki, get everyone clear. I'll help Ben." The others reluctantly retreated as Midoriya joined feedback at the portal controls. Working quickly, they rerouted power and stabilized what systems they could, but the cascade failure had progressed too far. "It's gonna blow." Feedback warned, absorbing as much energy as possible. "We need to run." They sprinted for the exit, Midoriya using full cowling to enhance his speed while Feedback channeled absorbed energy to boost his own mobility. They had just cleared the building when the portal reached critical mass. The explosion was contained, not by the building walls, which disintegrated instantly, but by the nature of the dimensional collapse. Instead of an outward blast, the facility imploded, matter and energy folding inward before vanishing with a thunderous crack that echoed across the industrial zone. Where the facility had stood, only a perfectly circular crater remained, its edges unnaturally smooth as if cut with surgical precision. "Dimensional severance," Feedback observed, reverting to Ben as the Omnitrix timed out. "The whole building got pulled into, somewhere else." "Is that where Rift went?" Midoriya asked, staring at the crater. Ben shook his head. "No, they had a controlled exit. This was just a collapse. Whatever was in that building is just, gone. Scattered across dimensional space." Police and hero response units arrived minutes later, cordoning off the area while hazard teams assessed the strange crater. UA's staff appeared shortly after, with Aizawa looking particularly displeased as he approached his students. "Unauthorized heroics," he stated flatly. "Again." To be fair, Ben countered, I was just investigating some readings. The heroics part happened after I found Rift's secret lair. And you four? Aizawa turned to the UA students. What's your excuse? Midoriya told us Ben was checking out dimensional readings, Kirishima explained. When he didn't return after 30 minutes, we got worried. So you decided to engage unknown villains without proper authorization or backup. Aizawa's tone could have frozen water. We called it in, Todoroki pointed out calmly. Present Mike and Midnight are en route. We just arrived first due to Bakugo's explosive shortcuts. Aizawa sighed deeply. Report. Everything you saw. Ben described the facility, the advanced portal technology, and his conversation with Rift. The others added details about the security systems and the organized nature of the operation. This wasn't just a villain hideout, Midoriya concluded. It was a full research installation with dozens of personnel. Rift has significant resources and organization behind him. And a story about saving the multiverse, Ben added, still processing that particular claim. He says dimensional barriers are weakening, and he needs the Omnitrix to stabilize them. Do you believe him? Aizawa asked. Ben considered the question seriously. Parts of it ring true. The multiverse theory, the quantum destabilization, those align with what I know about dimensional mechanics. But his methods are too aggressive, too reckless for someone genuinely trying to prevent collapse. We should consult Principal Nezu, Midoriya suggested. And maybe bring Hatsum in to review what we saw of the technology. Aizawa nodded. Full debriefing at UA. Now. Principal Nezu's office had been converted into an impromptu war room. Holographic displays showed analysis of the crater site, while Hatsum excitedly examined readings from Ben's detector. Present Mike and Midnight had joined Aizawa in representing the faculty, while All Might participated via secure video link from an undisclosed location where he was recuperating from a recent heroic exertion. Fascinating. Nezu declared after hearing the complete account. A multidimensional villain organization with technology capable of controlled breaches. The implications are staggering. But is Rift telling the truth? Midoriya asked. About the dimensional barriers weakening? All eyes turned to Ben, who'd been unusually quiet during the debriefing. It's possible, he admitted reluctantly. I've dealt with dimensional threats before. The barriers between realities aren't fixed, they can be damaged, especially by repeated, uncontrolled breaches. Like Rift has been doing, Bakugo pointed out. Except he claims his are controlled, designed to strengthen rather than weaken, Ben countered. And he specifically wants the Omnitrix to better stabilize these breaches. Hatsum looked up from her analysis. The quantum fluctuation patterns do show increasing instability. Each breach creates distinctive resonance patterns in dimensional space. The more breaches, the more patterns overlap and interfere with each other. Like ripples in a pond, Nezu suggested. Exactly. Hatsum agreed enthusiastically. And based on the data from Ben's detector, the ripples are getting bigger and more frequent. So Rift might be telling the truth about the problem, Todoroki concluded. But that doesn't justify his methods. Or explain why he specifically targeted Ben, Midnight added. There must be other dimension hoppers or technologies he could use. Ben activated the Omnitrix, cycling through the holographic display of aliens. The Omnitrix isn't just a transformation device. It contains the DNA of thousands of species across the universe, perfectly preserved and catalogued. Azimuth, its creator, built in numerous failsafes and stability mechanisms. Including quantum stabilization technology, Hatsum inferred excitedly. The Omnitrix doesn't just transform you, it has to maintain dimensional coherence during the transformation process. Exactly, Ben confirmed. When I transform, I'm essentially shifting between different biological quantum states. Without perfect stabilization, I'd create microfractures in reality with each transformation. Aizawa leaned forward. So Rift wants technology that prevents dimensional damage while allowing transformation. And you happen to be wearing the only known device with those capabilities. Lucky me, Ben muttered. This changes our approach, Nezu decided. If dimensional stability is truly at risk, we must proceed carefully. Any direct confrontation with Rift could potentially worsen the situation. But we can't just let him continue opening portals wherever he wants, Kirishima objected. That's totally unmanly. Agreed, Nezu nodded. We need more information and a counterplan. Ms. Hatsum, how close are you to creating a stable portal device? Hatsum's eyes gleamed with manic enthusiasm. With the data from tonight's readings, I could have a prototype ready in 3 days. Though it might temporarily convert matter to energy and back again, with only a small chance of atomic scrambling. Perhaps continue refining that design, Nezu suggested diplomatically. In the meantime, we'll establish round-the-clock monitoring for further breaches. When Rift makes his next move, we'll be ready. As the meeting adjourned, Ben found himself walking alongside Midoriya back toward Heights Alliance. The green-haired student seemed deep in thought, muttering analysis under his breath as usual. Something on your mind? Ben asked. Midoriya startled slightly. Sorry. I was just thinking about what Rift said, about rescuing dimension hoppers. What if that's true? What if he's building some kind of interdimensional refugee network? Using stolen tech and kidnapped scientists? Ben raised an eyebrow. Not saying his methods are right, Midoriya clarified quickly. Just that his motives might be more complex than we initially thought. Ben considered this. Maybe. But in my experience, people who say they're doing bad things for good reasons usually just want to justify the bad things. Fair point. Midoriya hesitated before continuing. There's something else that's been bothering me. If Rift can open portals between dimensions, why hasn't he just gone to your dimension and taken the Omnitrix there? Why bring you here first? That question had been nagging at Ben as well. I'm not sure. Maybe it's easier to open portals to some dimensions than others. Or maybe. Maybe what? Maybe he needed me here specifically, Ben theorized. Away from my usual allies and resources, in a dimension where the rules are different. They reached Heights Alliance, finding the common room still bustling despite the late hour. News of the dimensional crater had spread throughout UA, and the rest of Class 1A had waited up for details. There they are. Uraraka called as they entered. Tell us everything. For the next hour, Ben and Midoriya recounted the night's events, with Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima adding their perspectives. The class listened with varying degrees of awe and concern, particularly when Ben explained the potential multiversal implications. So this Rift guy might actually be trying to save reality? Kaminari asked, scratching his head. But also might be lying about everything. That's about the size of it, Ben confirmed. And he's got a whole organization of dimension hoppers working for him. Mina added, clearly finding this the most exciting part. At least dozens that we saw, Kirishima confirmed. Including this blue lady with 6 arms. Super manly. Ida stood suddenly, chopping the air with characteristic intensity. Regardless of Rift's true intentions, we must proceed with caution. Unauthorized heroics have already placed our classmates at risk. No one asked you to follow me, Ben pointed out. You're one of us now, Uraraka said simply. Of course we followed. Something warm settled in Ben's chest at that declaration. He'd only been at UA for a short time, but these hero students had accepted him as one of their own without reservation. Well, next time try not to follow me into an interdimensional implosion, he joked, deflecting from the sudden emotion he felt. Speaking of next time, Yayorozu interjected, should we establish a protocol? If Ben's detector identifies another breach, we should have a coordinated response plan. Already on it. Midoriya produced a notebook filled with diagrams and flowcharts. I've drafted contingency plans based on different breach scenarios and team compositions. Of course you have, Bakugo muttered, though without his usual hostility. As the class began discussing response strategies with surprising seriousness, Ben found himself observing from the periphery. These kids, because despite their abilities, they were still technically kids, approached heroics with a dedication and methodology he sometimes lacked. Their regulated system had drawbacks, but it also created heroes who thought strategically and worked together seamlessly. Maybe there were lessons to take back to his dimension when he finally returned. If he returned. That thought had been surfacing more frequently lately. Each day at UA integrated him further into this world. He was forming connections, learning the system, finding his place. Part of him wondered what it would be like to stay, to graduate from UA and become a pro-hero in this dimension. But then he thought of Grandpa Max, Gwen, Kevin, and all the others waiting for him back home. They were family, and no matter how welcoming Class 1A had become, they couldn't replace that. "You okay?" Todoroki asked quietly, having approached while Ben was lost in thought. "Yeah, just, dimensional homesickness," Ben replied with a small smile. Todoroki nodded, his mismatched hair shifting slightly. "We'll get you home." "I know," Ben said, and was surprised to realize he genuinely believed it. The next few days passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation. Hatsum worked relentlessly on her portal prototype, occasionally emerging from the support department with singed eyebrows and manic glee to report progress. Ben split his time between regular classes and specialized training sessions designed to prepare for Rift's next appearance. Aizawa had reluctantly sanctioned an official, dimensional response team, consisting of Ben, Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, and other select students with complementary quirks. They practiced scenarios ranging from portal containment to civilian evacuation during dimensional events. For days after the crater incident, Ben was sparring with Kirishima in Gym Gamma when his detector suddenly emitted an urgent series of beeps, stronger than any previous alert. "Whoa, is that?" Kirishima began. "Dimensional breach," Ben confirmed, checking the readings. "Massive one. Multiple locations simultaneously." They quickly alerted the response team. Within minutes, they had gathered at the front gates where Aizawa and All Might, in his deflated form, waited with a transport vehicle. "The alerts are coming from 6 different locations across the city," Aizawa explained as they boarded. "Pro-heroes are responding to each, but the largest breach is at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park." "That's where we're headed," All Might added, studying a tablet displaying real-time updates. "Reports indicate unusual entities emerging from what witnesses describe as purple holes in the air." "Sounds like Rift's work," Ben noted, checking the Omnitrix. "Fully charged and ready." "But why multiple locations? He's never opened more than one breach at a time before." "Perhaps he's escalating," Todoroki suggested. "Or testing defenses. Or creating a distraction," Midoriya theorized. "Multiple smaller breaches to divert attention from his true objective." As they approached Dagoba Beach, the dimensional disturbance became visible even from a distance, a massive, swirling vortex of purple energy hovering above the shoreline. Unlike previous breaches, this one wasn't contained within a mechanical frame, it floated freely, edges pulsing and shifting erratically. More concerning were the figures emerging from it, humanoid creatures with crystalline exoskeletons and multiple limbs, carrying what appeared to be energy weapons. "Those aren't from this dimension," Ben observed grimly. "Or mine." "Hostile?" Aizawa asked, preparing his capture weapon. "Considering they're shooting at civilians?" "I'd say yes." The transport skidded to a halt at the beach's edge. Local heroes had established a perimeter, evacuating beachgoers while attempting to contain the crystalline entities, with limited success. Energy weapons fired indiscriminately, their blasts leaving strange distortions in whatever they struck, as if reality itself warped at the impact points. "Remember your training," Aizawa instructed as they disembarked. "Priority is civilian safety and breach containment." Do not attempt to engage the portal directly without authorization. What about the crystal guys? Kirishima asked, already hardening his skin. Defensive engagement only, All Might replied. We don't know their capabilities or intentions. Ben activated the Omnitrix, cycling through options. I might recognize their species. Let me try talking to them first. He transformed in a flash of green light, becoming Chromastone, a crystalline alien with magenta crystals protruding from his shoulders and head, capable of energy absorption and manipulation. Why this form? Midoriya asked, green lightning already crackling around him as he activated full cowling. They might respond better to something that looks like them, Chromastone explained, his resonant voice carrying a metallic undertone. Plus, I can absorb whatever they're firing. They split into teams as planned, Bakugo and Todoroki establishing a perimeter, Midoriya and Uraraka handling civilian evacuation, while Kirishima and Tsuyu supported the local heroes. Aizawa and All Might coordinated with professional response units arriving on scene. Chromastone approached the breach directly, positioning himself between the emerging entities and the civilians. The crystalline beings paused upon seeing him, communicating among themselves in a language of sharp clicks and resonant tones. I am Chromastone, he announced, attempting to replicate some of their speech patterns. Why are you attacking this world? The largest entity stepped forward, its crystalline structure glinting in the sunlight. It responded in broken Japanese, apparently learning the language in real time through some unknown means. Dimensional, thieves, it clicked. Return, what was taken? What was taken? Chromastone asked, genuinely confused. I don't understand. The stabilizer, the entity replied, raising its weapon. Return it, or we take. Before Chromastone could respond, the entity fired, not at him, but at the beach behind him where civilians were still being evacuated. Chromastone moved instantly, intercepting the energy blast and absorbing it completely. That's not how we resolve misunderstandings here, he warned, channeling the absorbed energy into his hands. Last chance to talk peacefully. The crystalline beings answered by opening fire simultaneously. Chromastone absorbed the initial barrage, but they quickly adjusted tactics, spreading out to target multiple areas at once. He couldn't intercept all the shots. So much for diplomacy, he muttered, releasing a powerful energy beam that knocked back several attackers. Everyone, defensive positions. They're not here to talk. The UA team engaged immediately, applying their training with impressive coordination. Bakugo used controlled explosions to disrupt the entity's formations while Todoroki created ice barriers to shield civilians. Midoriya moved with blinding speed between attackers, delivering precise strikes that cracked their crystalline bodies without shattering them completely. Chromastone focused on the portal itself, analyzing its structure while continuing to absorb and redirect energy attacks. Unlike Rift's previous breaches, this one showed signs of instability, its edges fluctuating wildly, occasionally releasing pulses of dimensional energy that distorted the surrounding area. The portal's unstable. He called out to Aizawa. It wasn't designed to stay open this long. Can you close it? Aizawa responded, his capture weapon entangling one of the entities. Not without risking a collapse similar to the warehouse, Chromastone replied. We need Hatsume's stabilizer. Already called her, Midoriya confirmed, landing beside them after dispatching 2 attackers. She's bringing the prototype, but it's still experimental. A new figure emerged from the portal, taller than the others, with a more elaborate crystalline structure and what appeared to be technology integrated into its body. It surveyed the battlefield with obvious authority. A commander, Chromastone realized. Maybe this one will listen. He approached cautiously, hands raised in a universal gesture of peace. We don't have what you're looking for. This is a misunderstanding. The commander regarded him with faceted eyes that shifted color as they focused. Petrosapian mimicry, it observed, its Japanese more fluent than its subordinates. Interesting adaptation. You possess the stabilizer's energy signature. The Omnitrix? Chromastone looked down at the symbol on his chest. Is that what you're calling the stabilizer? The device that maintains dimensional coherence during transformation, the commander confirmed. Our scanners detected it activating repeatedly in this dimension. It was stolen from our scientists 3 cycles ago. That revelation stunned Chromastone. Stolen by whom? The one you name Rift, the commander replied. He breached our laboratory, extracted critical components, then fled through dimensional space. We tracked the energy signature here. The pieces clicked into place. Rift didn't bring me to this dimension to steal the Omnitrix, Chromastone realized. He brought me here to lure you. Before the commander could respond, new portals suddenly opened around the beach, smaller than the main breach, but equally unstable. From each emerged more crystalline soldiers, doubling their numbers instantly. We reclaim what is ours, the commander stated firmly. If you possess the stabilizer technology, you will surrender it or we will extract it. That's not happening, Chromastone replied, charging his energy reserves. The Omnitrix stays with me. Then this dimension will suffer the consequences of harboring dimensional thieves. The beach erupted into chaos as the reinforcements engaged, their weapons now targeting infrastructure rather than individuals. Buildings near the shoreline began to warp and distort where energy blasts struck, reality itself seeming to bend. Chromastone transformed again, becoming Humongosaur, a massive, dinosaur-like alien with incredible strength and size-changing abilities. The 12-foot behemoth roared challenge as he charged into the crystalline ranks, creating a defensive perimeter around the evacuating civilians. Get everyone back, he bellowed to the UA team. These weapons are warping dimensional space. The battle intensified as pro-heroes arrived in greater numbers, including Endeavor, whose flames proved surprisingly effective against the crystalline entities. The UA students fought with remarkable skill and coordination, applying their training to contain the interdimensional invasion. In the midst of the chaos, a familiar voice called out from behind the hero lines. Ben! I brought my baby. Hatsum had arrived, wearing what appeared to be a mechanical backpack connected to a handheld device roughly the size of a small satellite dish. Power Loader accompanied her, looking significantly more concerned about the equipment than its creator. The Dimensional Harmonic Triangulator. Hatsum announced proudly, heedless of the battle raging yards away. It's only 87% complete, but it should stabilize the breach enough for communication or controlled closure. Humongosaur fought his way back to her position, shrinking slightly to navigate between combatants. Will it close all the portals or just the main one? They're quantum entangled, Hatsum explained, making final adjustments to her device. Close the primary breach, and the secondary ones should collapse automatically. Should. Power Loader emphasized. 87% certainty. Hatsum replied cheerfully. Humongosaur reverted to Ben, needing human dexterity to help calibrate the device. What do you need me to do? The Omnitrix. Hatsum pointed excitedly. Its quantum stabilization technology can amplify my baby's effectiveness. If you transform while in contact with the main emitter, it should create a harmonic resonance that'll stabilize the breach. Or cause a catastrophic dimensional collapse, Power Loader added dryly. Only a 13% chance of that. Hatsum protested. Ben looked between the device and the chaotic battlefield. The crystalline commander had engaged directly now, battling Endeavor and All Might simultaneously with alarming effectiveness. More civilians were in danger with each passing minute. Let's do it, he decided. How close to the portal do we need to be? Within 30 meters for optimal effect, Hatsum replied. But the closer, the better. Ben nodded, activating the Omnitrix again. Then we'll need protection getting there. He transformed into Cannonbolt, a massive, armored alien capable of rolling into an impenetrable sphere. Climb on my back, he instructed Hatsum and Power Loader. And hold on tight. They secured themselves and the device to Cannonbolt's armored shell. Once they were safely in position, he called to Midoriya, who was coordinating defense with the other UA students. Midoriya. We need a path to the main portal. Can you clear the way? Understanding immediately, Midoriya channeled more power through One for All, green lightning intensifying around him. Kaken, Todoroki. Convergence pattern. The three students executed a coordinated attack maneuver, Bakugo's explosions from above, Todoroki's ice from the right, and Midoriya's superhuman speed creating a triangular path through the crystalline forces directly to the portal. Go! Midoriya shouted as they created momentary clearance. Cannonbolt rolled forward, accelerating rapidly into a living battering ram that plowed through any remaining opposition. The crystalline beings attempted to intercept, but his armored shell deflected their attacks as he barreled toward the dimensional breach. They reached the optimal position just as the commander noticed their approach. The crystalline leader disengaged from the pro-heroes and charged toward them, recognizing the threat to their mission. Stop them, the commander ordered. They attempt to seal the breach. Cannonbolt uncurled, depositing Hatsum and Power Loader safely before transforming again, this time into Diamond Head, a Petrosapian like the invaders. Get that device working, he instructed them. I'll hold them off. Diamond Head created a crystalline barrier between them and the approaching forces, reinforcing it continuously as energy weapons impacted against it. Hatsum worked frantically on her device, making final calibrations while Power Loader established a stable power connection. Ready when you are. Hatsum called after a tense minute of adjustments. Just place your Omnitrix against the primary emitter and transform. The crystalline barrier was beginning to crack under sustained assault. Diamond Head reinforced it one final time before returning to human form. What alien should I use? Ben asked, cycling through options. Something with high energy potential. Hatsum suggested. The device needs to harmonize with the transformation process. Ben nodded, selecting feedback on the Omnitrix. He pressed the device against Hatsum's emitter and activated the transformation just as the crystalline barrier shattered completely. The resulting energy surge was beyond anything they had anticipated. As feedback formed, the Omnitrix's quantum stabilization field interacted with Hatsum's technology, creating a resonance wave that expanded outward in concentric rings of green and purple energy. The wave passed through solid matter harmlessly but caused the dimensional breaches to fluctuate wildly. It's working! Hatsum exclaimed, monitoring readings on her tablet. The breaches are harmonizing. The crystalline commander had reached them but paused, watching the energy phenomenon with what appeared to be recognition. The stabilizer protocol, it observed. You activate the original function. What original function? Feedback asked, continuing to channel energy into Hatsum's device. To heal dimensional fractures, the commander replied. The technology was designed to repair damage to reality itself. Understanding dawned on feedback. That's why Rift wanted the Omnitrix, not just for stabilizing portals, but for repairing the multiverse. The resonance waves continued expanding, the primary portal now pulsing in rhythm with the energy. Its chaotic edges began smoothing, the dimensional tear gradually closing like a wound healing. Commander, one of the crystalline soldiers called urgently. The dimensional signatures are realigning. Stability protocols engaging. The commander studied feedback with new intensity. You are not allied with the thief. Rift? No, feedback confirmed. He brought me to this dimension against my will. I'm trying to get home, just like you probably are. This revelation seemed to give the commander pause. After a moment's consideration, it raised a crystalline hand, signaling its forces to cease their attack. If you oppose the dimensional thief, then our conflict is misaligned, the commander declared. We seek justice against Rift, not this world or its defenders. The cessation of hostilities allowed feedback to focus fully on the stabilization process. The primary portal had shrunk to half its original size, its energy signature shifting from chaotic purple to a more stable blue hue. The secondary portals were already collapsing, their entanglement to the main breach causing them to seal first. We're almost there. Hatsum announced, making final adjustments. 93% stability achieved. Just as the process neared completion, a new dimensional signature suddenly registered on Hatsum's equipment, a breach opening directly behind them. Before anyone could react, Circuit emerged from the new portal, carrying a device that resembled a smaller version of Hatsum's stabilizer. Calibration sequence interrupted, he announced, firing the device at the primary portal. Recalibrating to designated coordinates. The stabilization process immediately destabilized. The portal, nearly closed, suddenly expanded again, its energy signature shifting back to purple as Circuit's device overrode Hatsum's harmonics. No! Feedback shouted, redirecting energy to counter Circuit's interference. You'll cause a dimensional collapse. Controlled collapse, Circuit corrected, adjusting his device. Directed specifically at your home dimension, Tennyson. That revelation hit Feedback like a physical blow. My dimension? Why? Because that's where Rift needs to go, Circuit replied with mechanical precision. Your world possesses the remaining components needed to complete the nexus. The Omnitrix was merely phase 1. The Crystalline Commander, understanding the new threat, immediately ordered its forces to target Circuit. Energy weapons fired simultaneously, but a shimmering barrier protected the Technopath from harm. Too late, Circuit announced as the portal fully recalibrated. Dimensional coordinates locked, Bellwood, Earth, 10. The portal's image shifted, and Feedback felt his heart skip a beat. Through the swirling energy, he could see Bellwood, his hometown, unmistakable even from a dimensional distance. More specifically, he could see Plumber headquarters, its distinctive architecture visible beneath the city. Perfect timing, came a new voice as Rift himself stepped through a smaller portal beside Circuit. The quantum alignment is optimal. Unlike their previous encounters, Rift wore no mask, revealing his scarred face and cybernetic implants fully. He surveyed the scene with evident satisfaction. Mr. Tennyson. Heroes of UA. Crystal Sapiens. He nodded to each group in turn. All present for the culmination of our work. You tricked me, the Crystalline Commander accused, advancing menacingly. The stabilizer components were never for repair. On the contrary, Rift corrected. They are precisely for repair, just not in the limited way your scientists intended. The multiverse requires more than patching, it needs restructuring. Feedback stepped forward, still channeling energy between Hatsum's device and the portal. Whatever you're planning, it ends now. It's already begun, Rift replied calmly. The portal is locked on your dimension. My forces are crossing as we speak, securing the technology we require. You're invading my home. Feedback's energy crackled dangerously as anger built within him. Invading is such an aggressive term, Rift waved dismissively. We're simply acquiring necessary components for multiversal stabilization. Once complete, all dimensions will benefit, including yours. Not buying it, Feedback replied, preparing to redirect his energy offensive. You don't need to, Rift activated controls on his gauntlet. The choice is simple, Mr. Tennyson. Return home through this portal and defend your dimension, or remain here and allow my acquisition to proceed uncontested. It was the choice Ben had been waiting for, the opportunity to return home, but twisted into an impossible decision. Go home to help defend against Rift's forces, or stay and prevent further incursions from this side. He's manipulating you, Midoriya called out, having approached during the confrontation. This is exactly what he wanted from the beginning. Indeed, Rift acknowledged without shame. Bringing Mr. Tennyson to this dimension served multiple purposes. It allowed us to study the Omnitrix in an environment where its wielder lacked established allies. It provided a quantum signature we could track across dimensions. And now, it forces a strategic division. What exactly are you after in my dimension? Feedback demanded. The Plumber's central database contains coordinates for every inhabited dimension in your sector of the multiverse, Rift explained. Combined with Azimuth's quantum stabilization technology from the Omnitrix, we can create a true dimensional nexus, a controlled network of permanent portals, which would give you access to infinite dimensions, feedback realized. Infinite resources, infinite technology. Infinite opportunities to repair what has been broken, rift corrected. The barriers between dimensions are collapsing, Mr. Tennyson. Without intervention, the entire multiverse will eventually suffer catastrophic breakdown. The crystalline commander had been consulting with its scientists during this exchange. It stepped forward again. His dimensional readings are accurate, it reluctantly confirmed. Our scientists detect accelerating decay in the barriers between realities. Then help us find another solution, feedback urged. One that doesn't involve stealing technology and invading dimensions. There is no other solution, Rift insisted. Only the combination of Plumber dimensional mapping and Galvan stabilization technology can address the scale of the problem. Individual dimensions have individual pieces, only by combining them can we achieve universal repair. A communication alert suddenly chimed from Rift's gauntlet. He checked it with evident satisfaction. Acquisition teams report successful penetration of Plumber headquarters, he announced. Resistance is significant but manageable. That settled it for feedback. He stopped channeling energy into Hatsum's device and straightened to his full height. I'm going home, he declared. But not alone. He turned to the UA students. Midoriya, your team has faced dimensional threats now. You understand what we're dealing with. Midoriya nodded instantly, determination blazing in his eyes. We're with you. This isn't your fight, feedback warned. Interdimensional villains threatening reality itself. Bakugo scoffed, small explosions popping in his palms. Sounds exactly like our fight. As prospective heroes, we cannot ignore a threat simply because it crosses dimensional boundaries, Todoroki added calmly. Rift observed this exchange with apparent amusement. How touching. The UA students wish to experience interdimensional heroics. Very well, the portal remains open for precisely 8 minutes before quantum degradation forces closure. Choose who crosses and who remains. Aizawa and All Might had approached during this exchange. The Erasure hero's expression was unreadable as always, but a subtle tension in his shoulders betrayed his concern. This is beyond unauthorized, he stated flatly. Crossing dimensions is not within any approved training parameters. With respect, Mr. Aizawa, Midoriya replied formally, if what Rift says is true, this threatens all dimensions, including ours. We can't address it by following standard protocols. All Might placed a hand on Aizawa's shoulder. The young heroes have a point, Aizawa. Conventional approaches may be insufficient for unconventional threats. After a moment's consideration, Aizawa nodded curtly. Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, you've had the most exposure to these dimensional phenomena. If anyone crosses, it's you three, plus Tennyson. I'm going too. Kirishima declared, hardening one fist for emphasis. Can't let them have all the manly interdimensional action. And we need someone with technical expertise, Midoriya added, glancing at Hatsum. If we're dealing with advanced technology on the other side. Hatsum's eyes lit up like a child on Christmas morning. Interdimensional support engineering? Yes please. Power Loader groaned audibly. If she goes, I go. Someone needs to prevent her from accidentally collapsing reality trying to improve it. 7 minutes remaining, Rift announced casually. I suggest you finalize your decisions promptly. The Crystalline Commander approached feedback. The Crystal Sapiens will join this interdimensional coalition. Rift has violated our dimensional sovereignty and stolen our technology. Justice transcends dimensional boundaries. Fine by me, feedback replied, genuinely glad to have the Crystalline Warriors as allies rather than enemies. But we follow cooperative protocols. No indiscriminate destruction on my world. Agreed, the commander inclined its crystalline head. Focused retribution only. With the alliance formed, they prepared to cross through the portal. Aizawa provided final instructions to his students, his tone making it clear that dimensional travel or not, he expected them to uphold UA standards. 6 minutes, Rift noted, already stepping back through the portal. Circuit will remain to ensure the gateway remains stable for your crossing. After that, your return will depend on your success or failure in stopping my acquisition teams. With that parting comment, Rift disappeared through the dimensional breach, returning to Bellwood. Feedback reverted to Ben, standing before the portal that would finally take him home. He looked back at this dimension that had been his temporary residence, at the heroes who had become his allies and friends. I can't guarantee everyone can come back, he warned those preparing to cross with him. Interdimensional travel is unpredictable at best. You might be stranded in my world. We understand the risks, Midoriya replied solemnly. And we're going anyway, Bakugo added impatiently. Let's move before I change my mind about helping you, Dimension Boy. Ben nodded, turning to those remaining behind. Keep Circuit contained. He's our ticket back once this is resolved. Leave it to us, All Might assured him. Now go save your world, young hero. With final farewells exchanged, Ben turned back to the portal. Beyond its swirling energies lay Bellwood, Plumber headquarters, and an interdimensional crisis threatening everything he knew. It's hero time, he declared, and stepped through the gateway home, his new allies following close behind. Crossing dimensions felt like being simultaneously stretched and compressed, hot and cold, everywhere and nowhere. For Ben, who had experienced it before, the sensation was manageable. For the UA students, it was disorienting to the extreme. They emerged in Plumber headquarters' main atrium, which currently resembled a war zone more than an intergalactic peacekeeping facility. Alarm klaxons blared as emergency lighting bathed everything in red. The dimensional breach hovered behind them, its unstable edges fluctuating wildly. Everyone okay? Ben asked, quickly checking his teammates. Midoriya and Todoroki seemed to be adapting quickly, though both looked slightly pale. Bakugo was already in a combat stance, assessing their surroundings with tactical precision despite the interdimensional journey. Kirishima looked nauseous but gave a thumbs up, his skin already hardening. Hatsum appeared absolutely delighted, immediately examining the advanced technology surrounding them, while Power Loader maintained a firm grip on her collar to prevent her from wandering off. The Crystalcipian forces emerged in perfect formation, their crystalline bodies apparently better suited to dimensional transition. Their commander immediately began organizing defensive positions around the portal. Where are we exactly? Midoriya asked, taking in the alien architecture and technology of Plumber headquarters. Plumber headquarters, beneath Bellwood, Ben explained quickly. Intergalactic Peacekeeping Force headquarters for Earth sector. So cool. Kirishima exclaimed, momentarily forgetting their mission. It's like something from Space Heroes Monthly. Admire the alien decor later, Bakugo snapped. We need to find these acquisition teams. Ben nodded, activating the Omnitrix again. First, we need intel. He transformed into Brainstorm, a crab-like alien with an enormous brain protected by a shell that could open to reveal the pulsing cerebral matter. His intelligence enhanced exponentially, Brainstorm immediately connected to the Plumber security systems through a nearby terminal. Accessing security protocols and current tactical deployments, Brainstorm announced in his sophisticated, slightly British accent. Fascinating. It appears Rift's forces have penetrated to level 8, the dimensional cartography section. Most ingenious. Can you contact anyone? Todoroki asked, creating a small ice shield as distant weapons fire echoed through the facility. Indeed. Brainstorm activated the communication systems. Attention Plumber personnel, this is Ben Tennyson returning from interdimensional displacement. I have allied forces from an alternate dimension assisting against the current incursion. Request immediate tactical update. The response came instantly, in a familiar voice that made Brainstorm's enhanced heart skip a beat. Ben. Is that really you? Gwen Tennyson's voice filled the atrium. Where have you been for the past month? Multidimensional displacement, my dear cousin, Brainstorm replied, genuine emotion creeping into his normally analytical voice. A rather fascinating saga I shall relate in detail when our current predicament is resolved. What is your location? Level 9 Command Center with Grandpa Max and Kevin. We're coordinating the defense, but these interdimensional invaders have technology that interferes with our containment fields. Rift, Brainstorm confirmed. A multidimensional entity seeking technology for what he claims is multiversal repair but appears more akin to multiversal conquest. Whoever he is, he came prepared, Gwen replied grimly. These aren't random attacks, they knew exactly where to hit us and what to target. The Dimensional Cartography Database, Brainstorm concluded. Combined with components from the Crystalcipian dimension, he could theoretically create a stable interdimensional nexus. And control access to infinite dimensions, Gwen added, understanding immediately. We can't let him download that database. Grandpa's initiated purge protocols, but Rift's technopaths are blocking the deletion commands. We shall proceed to level 8 immediately to intercept, Brainstorm declared. I have brought specialized assistance from the dimension where I was stranded. Reinforcements arrived 10 minutes ago, Gwen informed him. Rook, Cooper, and a Tetraman tactical team. They're engaging on level 8 but reporting heavy resistance. Understood. Commencing interception forthwith. Brainstorm turned to the interdimensional team, his cranial shell closing as he addressed them. Rift's primary objective is the Dimensional Cartography Database on level 8. We must prevent him from obtaining its contents while simultaneously securing the dimensional portal technology he's assembled. So we split up. Midoriya suggested, already analyzing the tactical situation. Precisely, Brainstorm confirmed. Bakugo, Todoroki, and the Crystalcipian forces should proceed to level 8 to reinforce the defense team there. Midoriya, Kirishima, Hatsum, and Power Loader will accompany me to locate Rift's primary dimensional technology. Why am I with the tech squad? Kirishima asked, looking slightly disappointed. Your hardening ability provides optimal protection for our technical specialists, Brainstorm explained. Additionally, your resilience to energy weapons will prove invaluable against Rift's technological arsenal. That explanation satisfied Kirishima, who grinned and hardened his skin to demonstrate readiness. What about the portal? Todoroki asked, gesturing to the dimensional gateway behind them. It's our only way back. The Crystalcipian commander will leave a detachment to secure it, Brainstorm decided. If necessary, we can utilize Plumber technology to maintain its stability beyond the original duration. With roles assigned, the teams prepared to deploy. Brainstorm provided Bakugo and Todoroki with Plumber badges that would guide them to level 8 and allow communication. Remember, this is my dimension, but that doesn't make it less dangerous, he warned. In fact, some of the technology and beings here may be more advanced than what you've encountered before. We've fought villain organizations and Nomu, Bakugo replied confidently. We can handle some interdimensional tech thieves. Your confidence is admirable if potentially misplaced, Brainstorm commented. Nevertheless, caution is advised. Some of Rift's operatives may possess abilities that function differently under this dimension's physical laws. As they separated, Brainstorm led his team toward a secondary elevator shaft that would take them to level 10, below the current fighting, where he suspected Rift would establish his primary technological base. This is so exciting! Hatsum exclaimed, examining every piece of alien technology they passed. The metallurgical composition of these walls alone suggests manufacturing techniques centuries beyond our dimension's capabilities. Focus, Hatsum, Power Loader reminded her. We're here to stop Rift, not reverse engineer the entire facility. Midoriya, ever observant, noticed Brainstorm's subtle tension despite his enhanced intellectual demeanor. You're worried about your family and friends here, he noted quietly. It's been a month for them. Indeed, Brainstorm acknowledged. Time alignment between dimensions is rarely synchronous. What was weeks for me appears to have been approximately 1 month in this continuity. We'll help you protect them, Midoriya promised. Just like you helped protect our world. Brainstorm's cranial shell opened slightly in what approximated a smile. Your assistance is most appreciated, young Midoriya. They reached level 10, finding it eerily quiet compared to the chaos above. This deep into Plumber headquarters housed the most sensitive and powerful equipment, including the central power core that sustained the entire facility. Thermal and energy readings suggest significant activity in the primary reactor chamber, Brainstorm noted, scanning with his enhanced senses. Rift has indeed established his base of operations at our power source. Smart, power loader acknowledged. Control the power, control the facility. They approached cautiously, Kirishima taking point with his hardened form while Midoriya kept watch behind them. The massive doors to the reactor chamber were partially open, blue-white energy spilling out around the edges. Brainstorm reverted to Ben, needing his human form to access the security panel beside the door. I'll need to override the lockdown protocols. Give me a minute. While he worked, Midoriya peered through the gap in the doors. What he saw made him gasp softly. Ben, you need to see this. Ben paused his override attempt and joined Midoriya at the doorway. The reactor chamber had been transformed. The central Plumber power core remained operational, but surrounding it was an elaborate technological construct that Ben immediately recognized as a more advanced version of the dimensional portal generator from the warehouse. Rift stood at its center, directing a team of technicians from multiple species as they integrated components into the framework. Most concerning was what hung suspended above the entire apparatus, a three-dimensional holographic display of the multiverse, showing thousands of interconnected dimensions with pulsing lines representing the barriers between them. Many of these lines appeared fractured or thinning, confirming part of Rift's claims about dimensional degradation. He wasn't lying about the barriers weakening, Ben murmured. Look at those fracture patterns. But that doesn't justify his methods, Midoriya pointed out. Stealing technology and invading dimensions isn't the way to fix it. Agreed, Ben nodded, returning to the security panel. We need to stop him before he integrates the dimensional cartography database. Without those coordinates, his nexus will be useless. Just as Ben completed the override, their communicators activated. Bakugo's voice came through, tension evident even through the static. We've reached level 8. Heavy fighting, Rift's forces are downloading something from the central terminals. The crystal guys are engaging, but these tech freaks have serious firepower. Hold them off. Ben instructed. We've located Rift's primary setup. If we can disable it, his downloaded data becomes useless. Easier said than done, Dimension Boy. They've got some kind of, Bakugo's transmission cut off abruptly, replaced by static. Communications are being jammed, Power Loader observed, checking his equipment. Likely Rift's countermeasures. Ben activated the Omnitrix again, this time selecting a small, gray-skinned alien with large eyes and an oversized head. Gray matter. The diminutive alien's enhanced intelligence would be perfect for analyzing and potentially sabotaging Rift's complex technology. Gray matter quickly examined the door mechanism. This isn't just a communications jam, he noted, his high-pitched voice concerned. They're initiating a facility-wide lockdown. We need to get in there now. Kirishima stepped forward, fully hardened. Stand back. With a powerful strike, he smashed through the weakened door seals, creating an opening large enough for them to enter. The noise alerted Rift's technicians, who immediately abandoned their workstations and activated defensive measures. Intruders in the reactor chamber, one called out. Activating security protocols. Automated defense turrets emerged from hidden compartments, targeting the intruders with energy weapons. Midoriya responded instantly, green lightning crackling around him as he launched into the air, using superhuman speed to destroy multiple turrets before they could fire. Gray matter, Hatsum, Power Loader, get to the central controls, he called out, continuing his aerial assault. Kirishima and I will handle security. Gray matter didn't need to be told twice. The tiny alien navigated through the chaos, using his small size to avoid detection as he made his way toward Rift's central control console. Hatsum and Power Loader followed a more direct route, the latter using modified support equipment to deflect energy blasts while Hatsum carried diagnostic tools. Rift observed their approach with apparent calm. Right on schedule, Mr. Tennyson. Your predictability remains your greatest weakness. And your monologuing remains yours, Gray Matter retorted, reaching the base of the central platform. Whatever you're building, it ends now. On the contrary, Rift replied, activating a sequence on his control panel. It culminates now. The entire facility shuddered as power surged through Rift's apparatus. The dimensional display above expanded, individual realities glowing brighter as connections between them stabilized and strengthened. Dimensional harmonic convergence initiating, announced an automated system. Nexus activation in 3 minutes. You're too late, Rift informed them. My teams on level 8 have already transmitted the cartography database. The final components are integrating as we speak. Gray Matter quickly scaled the central console, analyzing the technology with his enhanced intelligence. This goes beyond a dimensional portal network, he realized. You're creating a controlled collapse and reformation of dimensional barriers. The only permanent solution, Rift confirmed. The natural barriers between dimensions have degraded beyond repair. My nexus replaces them with controlled, managed boundaries. That would give you control over all interdimensional travel, Gray Matter concluded, horrified. You'd decide which dimensions can connect and which remain isolated. Someone must maintain order in the multiverse, Rift replied matter-of-factly. The current chaos of random breaches and unregulated crossings is precisely what has damaged the barriers in the first place. Hatsum had reached one of the auxiliary control panels and was examining the technology with unrestrained fascination despite the battle raging around them. This quantum calibration is genius, she exclaimed. He's using harmonic resonance patterns to reinforce dimensional frequencies while simultaneously establishing controlled breach points. Hatsum. Not the time to admire the villain's work. Power Loader called out, deflecting energy blasts from approaching security drones. But it might actually work, she replied, scrolling through technical specifications. The dimensional repair algorithms are solid. If he completes the nexus, it really would stabilize the multiverse. Gray Matter hopped to her panel, quickly reviewing the data. His enhanced intelligence processed the complex quantum mechanics instantly, reaching the same conclusion. She's right about the stabilization, he confirmed reluctantly. But at the cost of dimensional sovereignty. Rift would control all access between worlds. A necessary compromise for universal stability, Rift interjected. Some freedom must be sacrificed for security. That's never the right answer, Midoriya declared, landing beside them after dispatching the last of the security drones. Trading freedom for security just creates a different kind of danger. The reactor chamber doors suddenly burst inward as new combatants arrived, but not Rift's forces. Ben's heart leapt as he recognized the newcomers, Gwen, her hands glowing with mana energy, Kevin, his body covered in metal absorption, and Rook, the Ravanaгаnder plumber wielding his multifunction proto-tool. Ben! Gwen called out, spotting Gray Matter on the console. Her expression shifted from battle-ready to momentary relief before returning to focused determination. Perfect timing. Gray Matter called back. Rift's activating some kind of dimensional nexus. We need to shut it down. Kevin absorbed the metal from a nearby panel, his body transforming into living steel. On it. Who are these guys? He asked, gesturing to the UA team. Friends from another dimension. Gray Matter explained quickly. They helped me get back. Explanations later, Rook suggested practically, his proto-tool morphing into a power dampener. Neutralizing the dimensional technology now. Rift responded to these new threats by activating his personal dimensional technology. Purple energy surrounded him as microportals opened around the chamber, each disgorging additional security measures or redirecting attacks away from critical systems. "You cannot stop what has already begun," he stated calmly. "In 2 minutes, the nexus activates. The multiverse will be stabilized under centralized management. Not if we have anything to say about it." Gwen countered, her mana forming complex patterns as she cast a containment spell around Rift's central apparatus. Gray matter transformed again, becoming Upgrade, the perfect form for interfacing with and potentially controlling Rift's technology. The liquid metal alien flowed across the central console, merging with the dimensional equipment. "I'm in the system," Upgrade announced, his single eye glowing intensely as he processed the complex technology. "But it's resisting my control. The integration is too advanced. The nexus draws power from multiple dimensional sources simultaneously," Rift explained, seemingly unconcerned by Upgrade's attempt. "No single entity, not even a galvanic mechamorph, can override its functions. Then we'll just have to smash it," Kevin suggested, forming his hands into hammers and charging forward. "No," both Upgrade and Hatsum shouted simultaneously. Uncontrolled destruction could trigger a catastrophic dimensional collapse. Hatsum explained frantically. "We need to disable it systematically." "She's right," Upgrade confirmed. "This thing is tied into the dimensional barriers themselves now. Break it wrong, and we could shatter reality." The situation grew more complex as Bakugo and Todoroki finally arrived, accompanied by the Crystalsipian commander. They had clearly been through intense fighting, with Bakugo's costume torn and Todoroki's left side showing signs of overuse. "The database is compromised," Todoroki reported immediately. "We contained most of Rift's forces, but the primary data was already transmitted." "To here," Upgrade confirmed, still merged with the system. "It's being integrated now. 1 minute to full activation." The chamber had become a standoff, Rift at his controls, surrounded by a defensive barrier of microportals, while the assembled heroes encircled him, unable to directly attack without risking dimensional catastrophe. "Your position is untenable, Rift," the Crystalsipian commander stated, stepping forward. "Surrender the stolen technology, and dimensional justice may be merciful." "Justice?" Rift laughed bitterly. "Where was dimensional justice when my world shattered from uncontrolled breaches? When reality tore apart because too many travelers punched holes between worlds without understanding the consequences? That revelation caused a momentary pause. Your world was destroyed?" Midoriya asked, his hero's empathy engaging despite the situation. "Not destroyed, erased," Rift clarified, genuine pain evident in his voice. "Dimensional instability reached critical levels. The barriers failed completely. My civilization, my people, wiped from existence as if they never were. So this is revenge?" Gwen asked, her mana shield still containing the apparatus as best she could. "This is prevention," Rift corrected. "Ensuring no other dimension suffers the same fate. The multiverse requires regulation, controlled access, monitored crossings, maintained barriers. But not by one person's judgment." Upgrade countered, struggling against the system's resistance. "That's not protection, it's tyranny." 30 seconds to nexus activation, the automated system announced. Dimensional realignment commencing. The holographic multiverse above them began shifting, realities aligning into a more organized pattern as the nexus exerted its influence. Throughout Plumber headquarters, and potentially across dimensions, reality itself seemed to vibrate subtly as the fundamental nature of interdimensional barriers began transforming. Upgrade pushed harder against the system's defenses, but Rift's technology repeatedly adapted and ejected his attempts at control. "I can't stop it alone. There are too many redundant systems." Hatsum, who had been frantically working at an auxiliary console, suddenly looked up. "We don't need to stop it, we need to redirect it." "Explain." Power Loader demanded, having joined her analysis. The nexus is designed to replace natural dimensional barriers with artificial ones, she elaborated quickly. But what if we modify the replacement pattern? Instead of centralized control, we could establish a distributed network, barriers that heal themselves naturally without external management. Is that possible? Upgrade asked, hope rising in his synthesized voice. Theoretically. Hatsum replied with manic enthusiasm. I need access to the core programming, which is locked behind 17 levels of quantum encryption, Rift pointed out. You cannot possibly bypass it in the time remaining. Maybe not alone, Upgrade conceded. But I'm not alone. He extended a portion of his liquid metal form toward Hatsum's console, creating a bridge between systems. Gwen. I need your mana to boost the connection. Kevin, I need a power surge through Junction 7. Rook, realign the dimensional stabilizers 3 degrees counterclockwise. His friends responded instantly, each applying their unique abilities to support the desperate attempt. The UA students joined the effort as well, Midoriya using full cowling to physically reinforce failing components, Bakugo creating precisely controlled explosions to reset overloading circuits, and Todoroki alternating ice and fire to maintain critical temperature balances. 10 seconds to activation, the system announced impassively. Hatsum's fingers flew across the interface Upgrade had created, her genius-level intellect working in perfect synchronization with his technological mastery. Bypassing security layers 6 through 12 using quantum tunneling. Power loader, I need more juice to the primary emitter. 5 seconds. Got it. Hatsum exclaimed triumphantly. Injecting modified barrier protocols, now. Nexus activated, the system announced. Dimensional realignment in progress. For a terrible moment, everyone froze, uncertain whether their desperate gambit had succeeded or failed. The holographic multiverse continued shifting, but the pattern of realignment had changed. Instead of converging toward centralized control points, the dimensional barriers were reforming in a distributed, interconnected web. No. Rift cried, recognizing the change immediately. What have you done? Upgrade separated partially from the system, his eye curved in what approximated a smile. Exactly what you claimed to want, we're stabilizing the multiverse. Just not under your control. The dimensional display continued evolving, damaged barriers healing as the modified nexus exerted its influence. Unlike Rift's original design, this version strengthened natural dimensional boundaries while maintaining their autonomy. Impossible, Rift whispered, watching his carefully constructed control system transform before his eyes. You've ruined years of preparation. We've saved the multiverse from a dictator, Upgrade corrected, fully separating from the console as the modified nexus completed its initial stabilization. In a flash of red light, he reverted to Ben, exhausted but triumphant. Rift's defensive portals began failing as the nexus rerouted power away from his personal technology. The villain looked around wildly, realizing his position had become truly untenable. This isn't over, he declared, activating emergency protocols on his gauntlet. The dimensional barriers may be stabilizing, but they still require maintenance. Eventually, you'll see that centralized control is the only sustainable solution. Before anyone could reach him, a final portal opened directly beneath Rift's feet. He fell through it, the dimensional gateway sealing instantly behind him. He escaped. Kirishima exclaimed, rushing forward too late. For now, the Crystalcipian commander noted, examining the dimensional display. But his access to unregulated breaches will be significantly curtailed by the stabilized barriers. With the immediate threat neutralized, attention turned to the modified nexus itself, which continued operating, strengthening dimensional barriers throughout the multiverse while maintaining their natural permeability. Did we save the multiverse? Midoriya asked, watching the holographic display with wonder. I think we actually did, Ben confirmed, checking readings on the main console. The barriers are regenerating naturally, supported by the nexus rather than controlled by it. Most impressive, Rook commented, examining Hatsum's modifications. The distributed protocol design is quite ingenious. Hatsum beamed with pride. It uses each dimension's natural quantum signature to reinforce its own boundaries. Self-healing, self-regulating, with no central control point that could be exploited. While they assessed the Nexus's ongoing operations, Ben found himself suddenly enveloped in a tight hug. Gwen had finally given in to the emotion of seeing her cousin after a month of uncertainty. "Don't ever disappear like that again," she ordered, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "We've been searching dimensions for weeks." "Not my choice," Ben replied, returning the hug. "But I had good help finding my way back." Kevin approached, reverting from his metal form. "So these are your dimension buddies, huh? Gotta admit, they've got style. Especially Explosion Boy over there." "That's King Explosion Murder to you," Bakugo corrected with a smirk, clearly having found a kindred spirit in Kevin's confrontational personality. Introductions were made all around as the Plumber security teams finished securing the facility. Grandpa Max arrived shortly after, his relief at seeing Ben evident despite his professional demeanor as he coordinated cleanup efforts. "The dimensional portal you arrived through is still stable," he informed them after the initial reunion. "But it's weakening. If your friends want to return to their dimension, they'll need to do so within the next few hours." This reminder sobered the celebratory mood. The UA students exchanged glances, the reality of their situation sinking in. They were interdimensional travelers who had helped save the multiverse, but now faced returning to their own world. "We should begin preparations for departure," Todoroki suggested practically. "Our presence here was always temporary." As the others nodded in agreement, Ben found himself experiencing unexpectedly conflicted emotions. These students from another dimension had become genuine friends during his time at UA. Their return to their world marked the true end of his interdimensional adventure. "Before you go," he said, "there's something I want to show you." "If Grandpa Max approves," he added, glancing at the older plumber. Max considered for a moment before nodding. "I think they've earned a proper tour. Just keep it brief, that portal won't wait forever." 2 hours later, the interdimensional team stood before the still-active portal in Plumber headquarters atrium. Ben had given them a whirlwind tour of the facility, introduced them to various alien species present, and even taken them briefly to the surface to see Bellwood itself. "Your dimension is amazing," Midoriya exclaimed, his hero analysis notebook now filled with observations about alien species and technology. "The diversity of life forms, the interplanetary cooperation, it's everything hero society aspires to." "Different kinds of heroes for different dimensions," Ben replied with a smile. "Your world focuses on quirks and regulated heroics. Mine deals with aliens and interstellar threats. Both work for their respective realities. The dimensional barriers between our worlds should remain stable now," Gwen informed them, reviewing data from the Nexus. "Limited travel might be possible in the future, with proper preparation and equipment." "Meaning we could potentially visit again?" Hatsum asked excitedly. "Or I could visit your dimension," Ben suggested. "This time without being kidnapped by interdimensional villains." "You'd be welcome at UA anytime," Midoriya assured him. "Class 1A wouldn't be the same without you." The portal's edges began fluctuating more noticeably, signaling its approaching closure. The time for departure had arrived. "I guess this is it," Ben said, suddenly finding goodbyes harder than anticipated. "Thanks for everything, for helping me adapt to your world, for training alongside me, and for coming here to help save mine." "That's what heroes do," Kirishima replied simply, offering a hardened fist for Ben to bump. "No matter what dimension." One by one, the UA students said their farewells. Todoroki with his characteristic reserved nod, Bakugo with a grudgingly respectful acknowledgement, Hatsum with enthusiastic promises of future technological collaboration, and Power Loader with a weary but genuine handshake. Finally, only Midoriya remained, standing before Ben with an expression that mixed sadness and determination. "You know," he said thoughtfully, "when you first arrived, I thought your approach to heroics was too unregulated, too independent. But I've learned that true heroism transcends systems and regulations. It's about helping others, regardless of the rules. And I thought your hero society was too restrictive, Ben admitted. But I've come to appreciate the training, the teamwork, the way you all support each other to become better heroes together. Different dimensions, different methods, Midoriya summarized with a smile. But the same heroic spirit. They clasped hands in a firm handshake that evolved naturally into a brief hug, interdimensional heroes united by shared experiences and purpose. Portal stability at 15%, announced a Plumber technician monitoring the gateway. Recommend immediate crossing. With final waves and promises to remember their adventures, the UA students stepped through the dimensional portal, returning to their own world. Ben watched until the last of them, Midoriya, with a final thumbs up, disappeared into the swirling energy. Moments later, the portal collapsed entirely, the dimensional gateway sealing as the natural barriers between worlds reasserted themselves. Though strengthened by the modified nexus, these barriers would continue to maintain separation between dimensions, necessary for the stability of the multiverse. Ben stood staring at the empty space where the portal had been, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Relief at being home, gratitude for the help he'd received, and a strange sense of loss now that his UA adventure had concluded. Gwen approached, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You okay?" "Yeah," Ben replied after a moment. "Just thinking about dimensional differences. Their world has its way of doing things, we have ours, but heroes are heroes everywhere." Speaking of heroics, Kevin called from across the atrium. Alien activity detected downtown. Something about squid-faced invaders demanding Earth's surrender. The usual Tuesday stuff. Ben smiled, the familiar rhythm of his home dimension already reasserting itself. He activated the Omnitrix, cycling through his alien options with practiced ease. "Well," he said, "I've been dimension hopping long enough. Time to get back to regular hero work." As he transformed and headed out with his team to face the latest threat, Ben carried with him the lessons learned in another dimension, about regulated heroics, about teamwork, and about finding common purpose across the boundaries of reality itself. Different dimensions, different methods, but in any world, at any time, when trouble threatened and lives were at stake, the answer remained the same: it's hero time. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.